Yeah, BSBT does not want to be seen until all the guests have arrived. Is that how this is going down? Oh, we've got an avatar. Are you there?
I'll come up. We are live. Because
I closed.
I don't know when this thing could pop off, but we have confirmation from all parties, I believe. We're just waiting on a time.
Are you playing with people's emotions? Goodness
Here, I'll show
gracious.
you guys. I will show you. I will show you guys the receipts.
Because you said it for. I mean, I saw your community post, and I didn't know that it was determined to on on those two guests. I didn't quite
Top
understand.
shelf anarchy. Thank you for that. Let me get the other two parts of the Liar Juan Galt finished, and then let's do it. So we're going to be doing this thing, man. I
Oh,
mean, it's
these are the receipts. All right, let me see these. Let's see.
all right.
Thank you for that offer. Let me get these together. Two parts on the liar at one galt finished, and then let's do it. One galt at Top Shelf Anarchy. You made the claim of a foundational element of the traffic ticket. Talk about a stupid claim. A traffic infraction is a strict liability offense, meaning all that has to be proven is there is a law and you violated it. Read
And then here we
more
go.
or don't.
This is way down the convo right here.
I got the live panel set up, ready to go. Bring Mr. Carroll too. This should be fun. When? Wow, are you just off the deep end? Sideways tongue hanging out of the mouth. Frauditors news now. Who the fuck? It's ready when you are at one galt.
And Mr. Galt was asking what time. I said 7 p.m. Boston Tea Party time tomorrow. But then I figured I'd just fire up the live and then get the ticker going and just let everybody know this is going to be the place to be.
Oh, so you are playing with people's emotions. I thought you were ready to go now.
I'm ready to do it now. I'm ready to go now.
Yeah, but they haven't confirmed that.
They want to do it. If they want to do it, now's the time. But it's set up for whenever.
Now's the time. All right, so this is between everybody's uh, favorite wrestler to hate and shit, Val Venus.
Oh,
Uh,
dude, I love the dude.
oh, but as a wrestler, he was a bad guy.
Oh, I did. That doesn't matter to me.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody hated him when he was a wrestler.
Oh, I got one of his videos queued up, and hopefully we could get his permission to play it if he in fact comes up. It could happen tonight. It could happen tomorrow. All I was letting people know with the ticker is just to go ahead and ring the bell for the notification, and then I will if it doesn't happen till tomorrow night, I'll close this thing down and schedule it. But everybody click the little bell or ding the little bell so that when the bell actually rings on the wrestling ring, you'll be ready.
Right. Well, he's still playing the bad guy here. I mean, he comes over here from Canada and signs an agreement saying that he'll follow all laws, and then tries to claim that he doesn't have to follow all laws.
It's him and I aim for the same bullseye.
So he's still trying to play the bad guy here. Let's
That
get clear
hey,
about that.
listen, Mister Galt tries to play the good guy, and guess what? I'm right here in the middle going, bullshit.
Right. I mean, Juan Galt is trying to claim that a police department has or the judge dismissed the case because they didn't have jurisdiction because they were slightly out of the city limits or county limits or something, which is complete fucking horseshit. No department I mean, no judge dismisses a case for that. Everybody knows that, police officers and sheriffs have statewide authority. They can pull somebody over anywhere in the state.
They can pull somebody over anywhere in the state.
Yeah, I mean, they do have their jurisdiction per policy on their departments. They're not supposed to be patrolling outside of their city limits or their county limits. But that doesn't hold water in court.
It doesn't hold water in court.
Right. And I'm familiar with this, already, right? Top Shelf Anarchy, Val Venus, says that he wasn't even out of their jurisdiction. He was in the middle of it. So that's kind of a bullshit argument to make.
Well, I mean, I hope we can get this thing going sooner rather than later, but Val Venus is down for it. Juan Galt was down for it, so I figured I would just fire up the live stream. I guess we should turn the lights off on the wrestling ring until it actually happens, and then we'll light that bad boy up.
The lights off on the wrestling ring?
Well, see the background?
Oh, no, I can't because our pictures are covering it.
Yeah, it's a wrestling ring.
Oh, and there's lights on. All right, I see.
So maybe I should turn the lights off, and then everybody will get the idea that the show isn't ready to start yet.
I see. That's a thought.
Yeah, it's all a work in progress. Or I can just schedule this for later, like I said.
But now we're here. So either way, hopefully it's going to happen at some point.
Well, I mean, Mr. Galt, if he's free tonight, I don't know what Mr. Venus is doing, but if he wants to come on up, who should referee? Will you referee and let me just hang out in the chat?
Sure, because I actually don't have I'm not on either one of their sides, to be honest. So you don't have a dog in the fight? I mean, to be honest with you, because he's a Canadian that, came over here and agreed to follow all laws. Right? And because Juan Galt is a statist.
Yeah, I mean, hardcore.
Say the least, straight out of Yale and shit. I can't really be on his side either.
Yeah, we could have some hardcore statism tonight, or we could reserve the hardcore statism for tomorrow night. Either way, it doesn't bother. I mean, we can talk about it right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can just talk about what's going to happen because, I'm basically coming off the top shelf here, or the top buckle. I'll be the tag team partner with Val Venus. Juan Galt can bring up Paul Carroll, and then you can referee.
Maybe that would be good.
Well, we're gonna clothesline some lawyers. That's what I know. We're gonna clothesline some lawyers. We're gonna body slam them. We're gonna put them in a figure 4 leg lock.
Well, I already know that the Top Shelf Anarchy is gonna use his patented towel move, where he responds to the agreement that he signed by saying, oh, so somebody that doesn't sign that agreement, they don't have to follow all the laws if they just, cross the border illegally.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say that those laws are made up and arbitrary half the time anyway, so it's better just to discuss them, and then we're just going to, put that figure 4 leg lock on Mr. Carroll with the jurisdiction, like the jurisdiction slam to the mat, and then we're gonna pull both these guys up by their lawyer bootstraps, and we're going to have some fun with them.
Yeah. But I should say, for the record, that the record does not reflect that in his case, the prosecution brought up the agreement signed by him.
See, this could get more and more interesting as we go.
Right. I mean, I don't know that they used that. I mean, maybe if they had, then they wouldn't have dismissed the case, but I don't believe they did that. I don't think that the court even wants to entertain jurisdiction, like arguments in the first place.
Well, of course, they just want, before the cameras, they could just be in the hallway, drag you off, and then everybody in the room is like, oh shit, we're not going to do that.
Right. I mean,
and then now you got guys like me who take advantage of the fact that you're on Zoom. Although when I'm in person, I'm much better because then I can call out the gun in the room and be like, that guy has the gun right there. And if you didn't have that guy right there to take me in the back and do bad things to me, nobody would listen to a damn word you say. And then the judge gets a little mad and huffy puffy, and then they act like the bully, or they, just go along with the program. Either way, it's a catch-22 position for the judge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it might be a little bit embarrassing.
Well, the more they go off the rails, like you're riding a bull for 8 seconds, the better it is for, the party that's claiming that they're a defendant.
Right. But
like I'm defending myself from a strict liability claim at best. And then all of a sudden that got turned into a criminal issue.
But just to, continue being devil's advocate, if there was no judge doing that, then the mob rule on the street would judge you without a trial.
Well, yeah, that's true, and you don't want the mob completely mobbing you. That's never a good thing to have the mob mobbing you. You know what I mean?
Right. They probably
in real life. I'm not talking about a crowd booing you.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that over speeding or anything, but they would do that if you claim to be a constitutional scholar. Then the mob would totally overrun you.
Well, yeah, that mob is out of control. That's like a troll army.
Yeah.
That's totally a troll infestation. Then you got to call in a troll exterminator.
Yeah, I totally agree. I finally managed to get banned from Baby Back Ribs. It wasn't easy and shit. It wasn't easy.
When you say it, it's way more hilarious. That's no fair.
It isn't fair. It never was meant to be fair.
It was never meant to be fair, but it's not fair.
Right. Right. It wasn't easy and shit. I've been correcting his misstatements for a long time, and it was like he never noticed. He thought I was on his side or something. But where I and then he played my videos and shit and was like, "Press on is freaking awesome." And then when I told him that you have rights, cops have duties is in jail, he's like, "You're the fucking worst, man. Fuck you, press on and shit." It was hilarious. I wasn't even trolling him at the time.
Well, so when you were disagreeing with him, he was very happy with you, and then all of a sudden you come in to give him news that's important, and he bans you.
Yeah.
Long story short, right?
Yeah, and he was furious.
He misread the room.
Worst and shit. I was showing your videos, but you suck now. Now you suck, right? Well,
of course, yeah. It has to be that way, right? It's that's right. What I love about being on YouTube, because like they said, nothing goes off of YouTube. So it's if you praise somebody 1 minute and then say they're the worst the next, it just makes you look like that double talking jive turkey, So it's if you don't want to look like a double talking jive turkey, just don't do that.
Right. I've never had anything good to say about him, but what I have said is that this mob is way out of control, and it's way out of control. It's way too much for one citizen.
Oh, I would absolutely agree. Like, I'll try to draw some of that troll attention over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll throw myself and sacrifice myself to the troll army just so they can lay off of the laser focus for a second. But I don't think Blue Bacon wants to come back for more. That's for damn sure.
No, Blue Bacon. Oh
Oh,
no.
he's so paranoid of me. Like, he was up on Kate's show, and of course they treat him like he's a royal god. They treat me like I'm a dirtbag. But Kate's trying to use a logical fallacy on me right out the get. Like, I don't know if you saw that stream or not. I don't know if anybody pays attention, but I went on Masshole thinking it was a good idea. It totally wasn't. It was a horrible idea. I should have talked to Kate outside of the show and been like, "Hey, are you just gonna be a royal bitch to me? Because if so, I'm not going up there."
I didn't see that.
Oh, she was a royal bitch to me. And they welcomed Blue Bacon with open arms, and they said Blue Bacon won a debate. And the funny thing is, I never even had a debate. I just got, I just had a logical fallacy used on me, and it was like a 5-minute logical fallacy where Kate is trying to equate this letter that I actually had and that I sent to the police department and the courthouse, and I had it on me saying my license wasn't suspended, and I had that letter in the car too, right? Or my arrest video when I got arrested. And
Oh yeah, the whole letter thing.
oh, Kate was, yeah, she
Yeah.
uses a logical fallacy, and she uses the analogy about a Cadillac that she has for sale. I believe it was like $2,000, wasn't it, Kate, or something like that? And then she's like, no, just send me the $2,000. I have this Cadillac. I'm like, Kate, I understand you're trying to equate that to me not having that damn letter. I understand that, Kate. I'm not an idiot. I'm catching on. Like, well, sometimes I am an idiot because I don't exactly catch on, but this time I was fucking honed into her logical fallacy fucking attempt. And I was like, Kate, I sent the letter to the police department. Well, they interrupted me and didn't let me finish and say, I sent the letter to the police department, to the courthouse. I kept a copy of it on me, and I posted it in my community page when it happened. And I put it on Facebook, and I put it all over social media. It's there, like everywhere on social media. It's there and it's timestamped when I put it up.
Yeah, but just to be clear, the letter that you have doesn't say that you have a license. It's just saying that it's not
That's correct.
suspended.
Correct.
So the license still wasn't valid. So the letter is
Well,
completely immaterial.
that's to be proven in a court of law still. That's an ongoing issue.
But I mean, you weren't claiming that your letter claimed that your license
I'm
was
just saying
valid.
it should not be suspended, and that's what they charged me with.
Oh, instead of driving without a license.
All I have to show is that it should not be suspended if the charge is driving unsuspended.
Oh, touche.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. And then these guys are going, and then Blue Bacon comes up to talk about something that has nothing to fucking do with what the point I was making. And then I was like, you guys don't listen to fucking Blue Bacon. Go listen to the clip that I have of Blue Bacon and then come back and tell me if you want to listen to that guy.
Of course, the state could amend the charges.
Oh, well, they could always dismiss the charges with no controversy, too, but they haven't figured out that's a smart thing to do, because then a guy like me comes up here and we start talking about the jurisdiction issue and then subject matter jurisdiction and how the laws got, tangled and weaved in the first place, and then it becomes a hot mess.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it should be punishment enough to have to go to 9 court appearances.
Right? Unless they're paying me. If they want to pay me, I'll keep going to as many as they want. I mean, me and that judge, we do make beautiful content together.
I mean, it's just that's enough. I mean, that would discourage most everybody just to get the license rather than go to 9 court appearances.
If the world wants me to have that piece of plastic, I'll go get that piece of plastic.
No, I'm just saying, as a matter of public policy, right? Like, what's the punishment for driving without a license? A fine. You have to go to court at least once, I guess, unless you just plead guilty in the mail if that's possible in your area.
Well, you have to plead responsible, and like for me, it's like pleading responsible to wrongdoing, and it's like, okay, well, how wrong was it? It's not wrong. It's not rise to the level of a crime wrong.
Right.
And so I have a tough time admitting responsibility to wrongdoing when it's like I did nothing wrong. If I had caused an accident, and then get this, and then folks will say, well, it was in an uninsured, and I live in a no-fault state where it doesn't matter if you have insurance or not. If the other guy has insurance, they're covered. And so in this state, it doesn't matter, right? So the whole strict liability thing doesn't really hold weight.
Yeah. The strict liability thing.
Yeah. So if I damage government property or somebody else's property, okay, I got to figure out a way to repay him, like do some work for him, pay him, whatever I can do to make it up to him.
Yeah. If it was like strict common law.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you start, and that's the second time I went on Masshole, by the way. I thought we could have a common law discussion, and they instantly throw you off of there if you discuss anything common law. And I think that's a little bit ridiculous.
I haven't seen any of these with Kate.
Oh yeah. Kate turned out to be a real masshole, and it's not that I don't like her because of her stupid Cadillac thing for $2,000 that she kept going on and on and on about. Like I don't have much against Kate, except for the fact that her and AFA are talking about me somehow, and I don't know why. But I went up on her show twice, and neither time was a good experience.
Recently?
No, this was a while ago. Maybe
her and AFA were talking about you a while ago?
Apparently. Do you want me to go get the clips?
I find that very interesting because, they were like sworn enemies until he handed Chili to her.
Oh, he might have been trying to hand me to her.
He was trying to hand Chili to her before he actually did. He kept trying to get her to go on panel with him and with Chili on his show. He's always trying to do shit like that to stir the pot.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want me to go get the video clips? If you want to hold down the fort, or we can just leave the ticker going.
Nah, let's just defame them and shit without getting actual proof.
Let's just defame them.
Yeah.
The shame of it, while we're talking about Kate and Masshole, right? The thing about Kate is I thought maybe I'd have like an ally in Kate in some strange way. That's so discouraging when I hear the laughter when I say that. I was thinking Kate was actually going to be cool, but she's not.
No.
Kate
is just like a shark looking for blood. Like anything that she can get the troll mafia fired up about to.
Well, you figure she would want to go nuts over Blue Bacon then, because Blue Bacon is like, he's edible. You know what I'm saying?
Not edible enough, but not yet. I'm
Not
sure
yet.
she would throw him to the wolves if like there was something that came up serious enough.
Well, if all she would have to do is send him for a ride with Team Skeptic.
Team Skeptic.
all she would have to do is send him out for a drunken ride at night, 10 o'clock at night.
Well, she's really kissing. He's really kissing her ass right now.
Well, yeah, it's just a bizarre situation. But yeah. I'm almost tempted to go grab those videos though, just so I can come back, because it's completely ridiculous what she said.
Right, but she didn't focus on you that long.
Oh, it was only a couple weeks. Like it was like first week it was like, hey, here's this crazy guy, and then the next week it's my family reached out to Kate, and
Huh.
then that's basically the last thing she said. And then I tried to go up on a panel one night with Mr. Carroll, and then I started discussing common law, which is commonly mistaken for Sav Sit stuff. And when I started talking common law stuff, they threw me off the panel instantly because they can't really distinguish between Sav Sit stuff and common law, and they don't understand common law is an actual subject, and it's an actual it actually predates all the law that they like to discuss. But typically, it's hardcore status hanging out over there, and like, if they're too hardcore status, then it's like, anything too hardcore is a little dangerous.
Yeah, but it's not just status. It's like a really hardcore foreign involvement going on, like from monarchies, you know?
Yeah, you were mentioning that, so I don't know how much more we can talk about certain subjects. we we don't need the troll mafia from everywhere coming after us.
I mean, I don't think they're really trying to hide it. I think they actually, like most criminals, they want it to be known.
And they kind of flaunt it right in front of your face.
Right. They want to be able to admit it, that they're really a front for the IRA.
Well, and they're still going after Chili.
Yeah, but Kate has stopped. She's minding her P's and Q's per the
Well, that's
court
because
order.
she has to be hush hush, yeah.
Yeah, the Irish Demon is picking it up, and the Plot Hole is picking it up, and
Oh my
Blue
god,
Bacon is
I haven't
picking
heard
it
from the
up.
plot hole in a while.
Oh, he just went live tonight, I think, about Chili.
Oh, did he? Oh my goodness.
I
Well,
didn't watch it or anything about it, so I don't know what he said, but yeah, that was in his title.
somebody said Irish Demon should come over here, but I mean, if he's live, why the hell is he gonna stop doing what he's doing and come over here?
I heard you said that you agreed with him on some things, and I did too, actually. Like I mean, he'll admit that the police are out of control sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, like it's easy to get people to admit that.
Yeah, yeah,
But I mean, it's where it's difficult to get people to agree is like the right way to do it. The right way to be like, hey, it's out of control. There's a problem, and then because most people are living in denial anyways. Maybe that's for myself included a little bit. And I've already admitted to the areas where I'm struggling in my life, and you've pretty much summed it up perfectly when you basically stated it back to me. But that's my own personal struggle. But the idea, though, that's what I want to talk about is the idea of it.
the idea of what?
The idea of living in denial, right? Like most people, understand that the cops are the problem, but then they don't want to discuss, any kind of solution to it.
Oh, yeah,
And then they want to bag on the people that are bringing the problem out into the open.
yeah, because they want more of the problem. The way we fix bad cops is more cops, respect cops. That'll
Well, yeah,
fix
and that's
this.
exactly what led us into this whole thing.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Led us all into the thing. Maybe the better thing is accelerated towards that direction.
I mean, it certainly created the situation. I mean, you know,
Well, I mean, as soon
not
as the
paying
prison
attention.
yeah, the prison industrial complex. I used to pass a New York penitentiary that was like one of those for-profit prisons, and man, that thing's freaking huge.
Yeah.
It's like massive scale. It looks like a freaking castle.
Yeah. And
So
then,
it's like as soon as that started, and then I used to always think capitalism was a good thing, except for I started thinking, well, that's one area that capitalism probably should never be introduced. As a matter, like thinking back on it.
right. I mean, it has its good points, but it also creates other problems at the same time. You
Well,
know,
I mean, anytime you were locking up a generation of people for a drug war that was unwinnable, right? You've had what, like at least two or three heavy generations of that.
yeah, 50 years, 40 years.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm talking like, I mean, back in the day, they used to let people go with DUIs. They didn't really care about weed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a lot harder to get caught, right? So
Yeah,
nowadays, it's like everybody will have a rap sheet. It seems like everybody I know has like an MIP nowadays that's maybe 20 years younger than me. If they're in their 20s to 30s, then chances are they've had an MIP or something from their juvenile record because the record keeping just got more intense.
what's an MIP?
Minor in possession.
Oh, oh, yeah,
Back in the day, back in my
sure.
day, fucking, if you were 16 to 18, nobody gave two shits if you drank. So you could have some beers or whatever, and nobody really cared.
Yeah, yeah, I got busted with weed when I was like 19.
Yeah, I got busted in high school, and then I told my mom I was just selling it, and
Just
she
selling
didn't
it.
really, yeah, she didn't really care, but she made it seem like she cared. She made it seem like she cared. So it was like I thought I was in the biggest shit in the world, but I didn't find out my mom smoked weed until I was 18. So when I found out my mom smoked weed, then I realized she didn't really think it was a big deal, but she just wanted to bust my balls quite a bit when I was 16.
Right. That's an interesting defense. I wasn't smoking it. I was just selling it, Mom.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that it just made it worse. I didn't know that it made it worse. And you know what I mean? And it was true. I was selling weed back in high school. I mean, it's not like it's a big secret, but
Yeah.
and honestly, I really didn't smoke back then either.
Okay. I was trying to sell it, but I was just smoking it all instead.
See, that's so much better right there. I wish I had some dabs. Speaking of some weed, the universe does not want me to have dabs right now, and I think that's somewhat depressing.
I haven't smoked since June, the beginning of June.
What? We need to get people some weed. I mean, we need to get you not I mean, the coffee is okay, but we need to get you some weed every now and again too.
Uh, I mean, it is what it is. I haven't died, but
Well, yeah.
it's a long time. Usually, I don't go that long without a
Starbucks
shot.
should just have like a little weed dispensary right there. You know what I'm saying? Like that Starbucks should do like coffee and then coffee and cannabis.
Right, that would be cool. One day, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
brought
But
to you by Starbucks, coffee and cannabis, like a little cannabis dispenser. And then I could just like send you a card and then you could just go to the vending machine and then just grab like a nug of weed.
uh, well, I can't go into dispensaries.
Yeah, they should just make it like vending machine style, you know?
But I mean, they don't allow people. You have to be a person with an ID.
Yeah, that's true.
I've never been in a dispensary ever.
I've been in a dispensary. There's one that's not too far from me, but I'm completely out of dabs. I may just have to run out there tomorrow.
Right? Those are expensive, eh?
What, the dispensaries?
No, dabs.
Um, I mean it's not too expensive.
Not too expensive.
Yeah. I mean, considering what you get for, and then I guess it always depends on what you're asking for too.
Right.
They
I
got some some of that high grade shit.
I heard like a dispensary or no a weed brand in California is being sued for lying about their content of their pre-roll joints.
Huh. Well,
They were
I wonder how they go about regulating stuff like that. Like, as far as, well, how did they find out, first of all?
a couple people had them tested
A
because
couple people bought it and they were like, this isn't getting us anywhere near as high as we thought it was going to get us.
yeah, because they advertise it as a certain content THC percentage, and they were saying
Yeah.
it has to be within 10%, I guess, of whatever they're claiming. And they were claiming that it was 45 or 46%, and it was actually like 20%.
Well, that's just bullshit right there. That's false advertising. I think like that should be life in prison.
Yeah, but I mean, can you imagine how? I mean, a lawsuit like that 20 years ago, obviously you wouldn't have been able to sue your dealer for saying this is the bomb when it's not the bomb. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
20 years ago it was a lot less technical, wasn't it? Or maybe it was a lot more, or maybe it was just as technical. It was just happening a little less under the radar.
Right, it was happening, but see, this is what, the point that I always make about why commerce shall be regulated. Right, and what the government is doing in order to protect the people from commerce, which is a direct threat to the people. Right, because
Commerce.
is a direct threat to the people. Because when money
Yeah.
gets involved, everybody's like, "This is the bomb shit. This is the best weed you've ever had in your whole life, man."
Well, I mean, nobody likes a shill either.
But what I'm saying is that it wasn't regulated. You had no way of knowing. Like, you couldn't prove anything. There was nothing you could do about it because it was all black market. Right. But when the government gets involved, then they protect the consumer with standards.
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, at the gas pump, at least, you're getting, 89 octane or 87 octane when you got to fill up a tank of gas or whatever. So I guess regulations are good in some areas, but they can also be harmful too.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you're going to know if you're getting bunk ass weed and shit, and you're not going to go to that guy again. He's going to get a bad reputation. Right.
Well, yeah, and obviously, if you're gonna, go to the local drug dealer, you definitely want the one that's honest.
Yeah, exactly. But I
I
mean,
mean, as honest as
sometimes,
you can be for doing a black market trade.
yeah, but sometimes peeps die, when they start putting fentanyl and shit.
Well, and that's some bullshit.
Yeah, and so it's a little late to, you know, just let the market forces play out and be, where peeps stop going to that dealer.
Well, I
Right.
mean, that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother show. You know what I mean? That we could probably spend 5-10 hours talking about just that one issue alone.
Fentanyl?
Well, in the black market, and like, I mean, because it ties into cop watching and it ties into a lot of the problems that I guess are highlighted on a channel like this one, or I'm not saying, maybe I shouldn't say problem, but puts a spotlight on what needs to be fixed.
Right.
And that it definitely ties and is directly correlated, with this channel. And when speaking of like anarchy, and like, well, when a lot of folks hear anarchy, they picture no rules and like all hell breaking loose. And what I see it as, I mean, anarchy is just, it means no rulers, right? But if you're talking about volunteerism, it's like, I've seen a lot of the camps where folks go to live off grid and they're living in like cargo boxes. So I'm not all for like I believe in the principles that like are being pitched. I just don't know how to work all that through and process it all. But I guess where I was going with this is I started in just talking about anarchy. If you're talking about the black market and how that relates to the black market, the fears people have with the conventional understanding of anarchy, which is chaos, that's exactly what you have in the drug war right now.
Well, I don't believe there's any such thing as chaos.
What do you mean?
I mean, one thing leads to another, which leads to another, and every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So just because it appears as though it's chaos to our primitive minds, and we can't wrap our brains around all the variables, they are laid out in a specific order, and it's only going to happen one way. So it's not chaos; it's set.
Well, I mean, what you said made so much sense but it's still, like, I mean, you wouldn't use chaotic as the way to describe the drug war?
It looks chaotic.
Okay.
It appears chaotic to us because we're in it. We can't step out and.
Well, I mean, we just lost, like Jay Surreal, or Jay Surreal Camera, Jay, he just was a victim to that. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So, I mean, I would definitely classify it as a chaotic situation.
Well,
And plus,
I mean, we're not in control of reality, right? The future holds already. It's not like anything can happen. If you hit somebody at 50 miles an hour, and they weigh 180 pounds, they're gonna fly an exact distance. It's not chaos. They aren't sometimes gonna fly 20 feet and sometimes 100 feet.
Yeah, I mean, I see the logic that you're using there. Again, I was just equating chaos to the war on drugs, and how it ties to this channel is just talking about the cops and police and overstepping bounds, and then the violence that ensues, and then the need to regulate commerce. So the need to regulate commerce, how that fits in is like if prohibition was just done with, like over with, like people just they were like they put their fists down. They're like, hey, that didn't work. That was a horrible idea. You know what I mean? Then you start talking and proposing real solutions on how to regulate it and take the violence and the danger aspect out of it and the chaoticness out of it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing leads to another. It's like, okay, you regulate commerce, but then you end up endorsing commerce. Right? And so, like something like alcohol, first the government would regulate it, but then there were lots of complaints because they were essentially endorsing it by accepting taxes from it and making a profit from it and living off of it. Right? So then they're like, okay, well, we'll make it illegal. But that doesn't get rid of it.
Well, yeah, it doesn't get rid of it. And if you ask me, it just adds a problem onto another problem.
Right, but they're not endorsing it anymore. You see, so then they have the moral high ground, right? But the problem is still there. The alcohol is still there, but now it's black market, and now it's not regulated. There's no rules on it, right? Nobody knows if it has methane in it or whatever.
Well, and then it just breeds those backwoods moonshiners, you know what I mean? And like
Yeah.
running stuff for the mob and all that sort of stuff. And then it breeds organized crime.
I'm so glad we got onto this because this is a
Okay.
question for Juan Galt, right? He
Yeah.
says that he invented the whole sovereign citizen movement.
Uh-huh.
What a fucking narcissist that guy is. But I wonder I wonder if he would consider moonshiners to be sovereign citizens.
I think he would consider moonshiners sovereign citizens. But you know what? He's like probably 9 out of 10 on the sovereign sit scale. You know what I mean? Like the sovereign sit scale, he's like 9 out of 10 still. Even if he did found the sovereign sit movement, he's still in the sovereign sit movement, if you ask me. So, but the question I would have for Mr. Galt, if Mr. Galt were here right now, is that, you know, he said he went to Yale, correct?
Yeah.
Can we have anybody that can confirm Mr. Galt? And hey, I'll even tie this back further into the show. You want to hear something crazy? This ties back into Kate from Masshole Kate, because Juan Galt was going to come up on the same show as me. And then they said, do you know who Juan Galt is? The panel to Kate, they say to Kate at the time, do you know who Juan Galt is? And Kate goes, yeah, we've checked out Juan Galt. He's fabulous. Isn't that an interesting piece of information?
Yeah.
So if we have one person that went to school with Juan Galt, feel free, just let us know what year you guys went to Yale, like what your favorite part of the campus was. I love getting the little laughs. That's great.
Yeah. But I mean, were the Dukes of Hazzard sovereign citizens?
I believe they were just some good old boys, and they were never meaning no harm.
Yeah, they were never meaning no harm, but they were constantly running from the law and shit. Like, they weren't going to get arrested.
Maybe they're like me and they run from their in-laws.
Maybe. They didn't go. Nobody ran from Daisy. Nobody.
No, dude. No, the Daisy Dukes, I mean, that's definitely a thing. Is that going to transcend all of time? I believe that's a trend that should transcend all of time and space and eternity.
I mean, they were shooting bows and arrows with dynamite on them.
That is true. That is true. Who is your favorite Daisy Duke? Was it Jessica Simpson or was it the original Daisy Duke?
I'm talking about the show. I watched the show. I'm not talking about the movie.
Yeah. But who is your favorite Daisy?
I mean, I don't know all that. I don't
think Jessica Simpson. As good as Jessica Simpson was, she can't play a better Daisy than the original Daisy Duke.
Oh, well, okay. Obviously, the original. I liked the show. The movie was okay, but
I didn't even see the movie.
Oh, I did see the movie, but
I just know that Jessica Simpson played Daisy in the movie.
Yeah, and Burt Reynolds was in that too. I think, right? He played Boss Hogg or somebody, or
Burt Reynolds should be in everything. Like they should
put in everything.
They should cast Burt Reynolds in every movie. Should have a Burt Reynolds part to it. Burt Reynolds is the man.
Nikes.
You didn't like Burt Reynolds?
I mean, he's okay and stuff. He's okay. He wasn't like my type of character or anything.
I just remember seeing Smokey and the Bandit, and who is the girl from Smokey and the Bandit? Hannah.
I have no idea.
You don't know Smokey and the Bandit?
I might have seen it, but I don't know. The
chat's gonna let us know at any point who it was, because I should have the name off the top of my head. But I love Burt Reynolds. He was a man. Yeah. He was the only guy that could ever sport a porn stash and not have it look creepy.
Really?
Is that something we can agree on?
No.
No, no.
I always thought he was creepy AF and shit, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Oh man, Sally Fields. Okay, Sally Fields was there. Burt Reynolds played by Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald played a damn good Burt Reynolds.
Norm Macdonald played Burt Reynolds in what?
Saturday Night Live. You don't remember that? That's it. That's the best generation Saturday Night Live we were talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now that was probably funny. I probably have seen it, but it's just not. I'd need to refresh my memory.
Yeah. Cop Block Hot Springs is in here saying Burt Reynolds played by Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, that would be funny. Norm Macdonald is good. I like him.
Cop Block Hot Springs keeps throwing some stuff up here.
Turd Ferguson.
We're just having fun at this point because I haven't got confirmation. I keep checking back on YouTube to see if I can get confirmation on the time to set this thing up. But as soon as I get confirmation for the main event I'm talking about, the Vale Venus and Juan Galt, and then we'll maybe get to see a couple of moves coming off the top. I got a couple moves I don't think they've seen though. You know what I mean? Like I've been working on a couple brand new moves, and I don't think they're gonna see, the quadrupler fucking quartet coming down on them.
The quadruple quartet?
Wait, hold on. I'm just talking about the figure 4 leg lock that I'm gonna put on Mr. Carroll.
Figuratively speaking.
Figuratively speaking, yes. I'm not literally going to put Mr. Carroll in a figure 4 leg lock. I mean, unless he wants to, because I was in wrestling. So I'm down anytime anybody else is. Last time I tried wrestling, I almost got my rib broke.
He doesn't.
I don't think Mr.
He doesn't
Carroll
want us to know where he like what county he practices in. He doesn't want us to be able to check into his human trafficking scheme that he's working on.
Well, I don't think a lot of folks really understand in the information age. It's real easy to pretty much figure out who, what, when, and where nowadays. So, if somebody's going to be like a double talking jive turkey, like it's pretty easy to figure out where they live, what they're all about, everything like that. So
no, I don't care where he lives. I'm just saying, like, if he's a prosecutor, right, then his record is public information. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about like where he lives. I mean, except for like what city he works in.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was just saying it's not hard to verify information nowadays.
Yeah, but he does. All we know is Ohio. There's some talk that maybe in the Cleveland area, but there's a lot of cities. Oh, Rochelle H. Yeah, Java Chip.
Yeah, put her back up there. Sorry.
Yeah. She's got the Java Chip badge for sure. But I'm just saying that, how many kids has he sold down the river and shit?
I hope none. I hope 0.
Yeah, right.
Well, and Cop Block Hot Springs says, I bet Juan lives in Arizona. Juan claims to live in Wyoming.
Yeah, Wyoming on a ranch and shit.
That's miles away from everybody, but he owns 11 businesses.
Yeah, the only 11 businesses in the town and shit.
So, so that should be pretty easy to confirm.
I mean, he's a retired attorney, supposedly.
Yeah,
but he's done everything. He's done everything. He's done it all.
Well, he knows every philosopher so far.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure. Well, he won the very first parental alienation case ever.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so I mean, I figured he'd want to come up and weigh in and give expertise on parental alienation, seeing as how that's a ongoing, recurring topic on this channel.
Right. I mean, it's hard to believe all the claims he makes.
Well, I mean, on the seventh day, he did rest. On the seventh day, he did rest.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he kept going.
Yeah,
He kept
he's the only one to not rest on the seventh day. The only God.
Right, the
to do
Sabbath.
that.
he was black on that Sabbath.
Yeah,
He went totally rogue.
totally right. Absolutely.
But maybe that's where he found the sovereign citizen movement and then enhanced the sovereign. Like, I didn't even know who Posse Comitatus was, to be perfectly honest.
You didn't?
No, I had no clue.
You never watched a Western movie?
Posse Comitatus?
No, I mean, you didn't know what a posse was?
Oh, I know what a posse is, but I never knew the Posse Comitatus or whatever the hell the name is.
Oh, the Latin?
Is it Latin?
That's just the Latin phrase, but I mean, it's always called a posse.
Well, I mean, I know of the word posse, but I don't know of Posse Comitatus or whatever it is. Kick brought it up to me on my debate with Schrodinger. Well, it wasn't a debate, but when I went up on Schrodinger's to get dogpiled on, and for Kick to do what he does best, which is just overtalk you, or he bores the shit out of you to sleep.
Yeah.
Like, I went up there to have a discussion with the guy, and it took him. I remember I did a playback and I did like a response video to that, right? And I remember, like, I would try to time it out, and I'd realize that Kick just talked on and on for about 40 seconds before he shut up. Or he'd talk on for like a minute and a half, and then he's trying to tell me not to talk over him. And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, dude, can we get through like your paragraph of a response, please? Like, I can't do these. I was like, I have to sit here and write claim by claim to come back and address all of your stupid claims.
Yeah.
But then,
yeah, that's why you just have to kick him off your channel and just, deal with it on your own channel, and he can talk on his channel.
He did that on this channel twice, so he's never allowed back. He's one guy that's banned that will not come back on a panel.
Right. Yeah.
Like, because that just gets so annoying when he'll just throw out as many ridiculous claims as he can, and then he'll leave and drop down and say, "Oh, see, I made all these claims and they were all correct."
Right. It was a tacit agreement.
It was a tacit agreement.
Yeah.
Objection.
Yeah.
Oh, at least we're having fun on a Saturday night. I'm hoping we can get a match started with Juan Galt and with Veil Venus, but neither one of them have showed up yet. So I don't know if this is going to take place. By the way, for anybody just coming in, I'm trying to set this up, and then let me bring up these screenshots real quick just to show everybody kind of where we left off on this. But it looks like both parties are interested and are confirming. I shouldn't say confirming because I don't know if Juan Galt's actually going to be down for this. He can bring Paul Carroll if he needs like his support animal. He can bring Mr. Paul Carroll.
His spirit animal.
His spirit animal. That's even better.
Yeah.
Okay, so folks, if you're looking at the screen, please focus on the screen. On the top there is from Top Shelf Anarchy, Mr. Veil Venus. Thank you for that offer, because I offered to do the live stream. Let me get these other two parts on the Liar Juan Galt finished, and then let's do this. Let's do it. So we are on for some night. I'm hoping it's going to happen tonight. I keep pushing for tonight, but I'm always like, hey, can we do this now type person.
Yeah. That's how I am and shit. I'm like, now. Press now.
Yes, it's more fun when we can do things right now. Like, that's why being at work is fine, you know what I'm saying? But being at work, it definitely hinders the day if there's something going on that needs to be talked about right away. But we'll get that issue addressed at some point.
Yeah. I got gang activity last night. It was a hoot and a holler and shit. Holy Calmanian.
Oh man,
There was a
that's
foot
unfortunate.
chase. They ran this guy down like a rabid dog.
What?
Yeah, I got it all. I got it all.
Well, I guess that's going to be some content to look forward to. That's probably going on the Press Harder channel, I'm guessing.
I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of like in between. I mean, it's not a conversation, and there wasn't a protest really either. So I don't know about it. I'm thinking about it, but the one of the deputies did threaten to seize my phone as evidence and shit.
Did you just laugh?
No, it was one of those like he's like, "Is it evidence?" And I'm like, no. And he's like, "Is it evidence? Yes or no?" And I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Is it evidence? Yes or no?" And I'm like, "No."
Right. If you're going to ask me, it's not evidence, dude. Get your own evidence.
Right. I mean, if anything, it's evidence of their like. Literally, there was like 20 cops and shit standing around patting each other on the butt for like an hour.
Did they take turn tickling each other's piggy tits?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, they did. I mean, that's what happens when somebody runs and then they catch them, then they
right?
all
They all go
do
back and
group
high
hugs.
hoof each other. They like high hoof each other like it's like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I'd say they actually caught him. It was more like the guy just ran into a corner and had nowhere to go. How he got away in the first place is beyond me because, like, they had him, and then he just like, I mean, this guy is a professional football player, or he
Did
should
he
have
pull a
been.
Barry Sanders or like a
Yeah, totally.
or
I
a
mean,
Herschel Walker?
or more like a Roger Craig. Yeah. I figured out why Joe Montana is a better quarterback than.
Oh shit! How did I know this was gonna get reignited?
Yeah, who was the fake quarterback that you said was the best? The wannabe Joe Montana that you called out?
Well, I mean, he goes by TB12, or you know what I'm saying? Like he is married to Giselle Bundchen.
No, I'm forgetting his name. What's his name?
What? Tom Brady, the best quarterback
Tom Brady.
of all time?
Okay. The reason Tom Brady, like, he had 5 Super Bowl wins or 6.
I think he's 6-3, to be honest.
6-3, but he didn't.
If I remember correctly.
But he didn't win a single Super Bowl for the 49ers. You see, so it's like, what did he really do in life? You know.
Well, how many Super Bowls has a Detroit Lions quarterback ever won?
I have no idea.
Zero. So damn it, Joe Montana would have been the greatest of all time if he played for the Detroit Lions, but he had to play for the Niners.
You're a Lions fan? Good God, man.
It's like if you had dropped out instantly, I would have understood.
Somehow I never even saw that coming, even though you're in the Detroit area and everything. It's like that's a shock to me.
Well,
I thought everybody from Detroit just disowned the Lions and shit.
That's even more heart-wrenching to call myself a Lions fan when that's the perception.
But Barry Sanders was badass and shit.
I mean, he definitely was like the greatest player of all time. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be honest. He
never did anything to the Niners or anything. So.
Oh well, he made the Niners look silly on a couple of runs.
What?
You don't remember? You're gonna make me go fetch some of these videos, aren't you?
Those are banned from YouTube and shit. They were taken down for violating policy.
That violated YouTube standards right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, and I think it was like close to like a 65 or 75 yard run, because I remember it like it was just like 2 decades ago.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah. Are you sure you don't have any dabs?
Oh, I gotta go find some dabs. I gotta go find some more dabs. That's for sure.
It sounds like you've smoked a couple of them already.
I have. I smoked the very last ones. Like I scraped everything I could together and I hit it like a couple of times. I'll be honest.
You're scraping dabs?
I'm
I didn't even
scraping
know that
dabs,
was
yeah.
possible.
Yeah, so if anybody out there's got some dabs and they think the world needs me to have dabs, that would be great if you want to send me some dabs.
Wow. That's a hell of a pitch.
That is definitely a hell of a pitch right there. And it is a stretch, but I figure, that's how desperate I am. I'm actually just scraping this glass piece that I have that held the dabs that has like a little bit of resin on it. And I'm like scraping everything that I can because I'm like, just jonesing for some dabs.
So wait, let me get this straight. Okay. Are you also a Tigers fan?
I am definitely a Tigers fan.
Oh my god. Get out. No
Yeah,
way, dude. No fucking way.
but I did root for the Oakland A's back when the
What?
Oakland A's. Yes.
Oh hell no, man.
Oh,
That's the
Jose
worst fucking
Canseco,
thing you could ever. Oh my god.
dude. Jose Canseco was the man back in the day when he was with the
Oh
A's.
my
Mark
god.
McGuire,
Oh,
right?
what?
Wasn't it
Oh
Mark
my
McGuire?
god.
Wasn't it Mark McGuire in or am I remembering that wrong? They dominated, man.
What? They got
Yeah.
lucky as fuck.
I
Barry
wasn't
Bonds.
I was an A's fan. I was an A's fan for a while. Well, Barry Bonds, I was an international drug smuggler and I smuggled some steroids for Barry Bonds.
Did you now?
Back in the day. Back in the day. Little known fact about me. If you ask my sister will tell you I was an international drug smuggler and I smuggled steroids. Now,
For
whether it
Barry
was for
Bonds.
Barry Bonds, yeah, whether it was for Barry Bonds or not, it could have been for Mark McGuire.
It could have been, or Jose Canseco and shit.
Right? I mean, everybody was juiced back then, were they?
And probably still are.
Oh yeah, probably. What was the name of the one dude that played for the Yankees? He was like massive on the roids. He was the one who like came clean about it.
Babe Ruth? Oh wait, no, he could.
Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth.
Don Mattingly.
John, no, not John Mattingly.
Don,
Who was?
Yeah, that's who it was.
Who?
Don Mattingly.
No, not Mattingly. I'll remember. I'll remember the guy's name. I'll remember it eventually because it's like one of those brain sneezes.
Jeff Jeter.
No, Jeter was always a Yankee.
Oh, he got traded from the Yankees?
No, he was an Oakland A, and then he got traded to the Yankees. So my bad. See, I should have brought that full circle back to the Oakland A's. He played for the Oakland A's, and then he went to the New York Yankees, and he was roiding, and he was like big in the roid thing at the time the roid thing was happening. Then he went off roids, and then he became just an average player.
Mm.
It wasn't Pete Rose, Cop Block Hot Springs. Pete Rose just got
No,
Pete Rose
he got banned for gambling.
on his own team.
Yeah.
Like, that's how I want if you're going to be an athlete, that's how I want you to be. I want your salary dependent on whether your team wins or not. That way you're stealing home plate like at the All-Star game, and you're like going balls out at the All-Star game.
But he was the manager at the time.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't bet on it. Which is even
he was
worse.
a manager and a player at the same time. He was still on the roster.
Right. And that's just way too much control of the game to have to be betting on it. But that's how I want you to be betting. That's honestly how I want every manager of every pro sports team to manage. I want you to manage like you got to cover that spread of 6 runs, and you're still going to go for it like if you're only up 3 runs.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how baseball odds work, though.
No, I mean they suspected he was betting against the team too. I think, but he admitted to like betting for the
Well,
team.
they baited him into giving up the goods. They baited him like they held him out of the Hall of Fame. He couldn't get into the Hall of Fame because of the suspicions around the gambling. So then
Right.
what they did is they said, "Well, just come clean about the gambling and then you can be honest and like we'll let you into the Hall of Fame." So what does he do? He comes clean about it and he's like, "Okay, fine, I did it." And then they're like, "See, we knew it the whole
We
time.
knew
You're
it the
not
whole
getting into the
time.
Hall of Fame now."
Yeah.
So they dangled the carrot. He bit the carrot, and now he Pete Rosed himself.
He P Rosed himself. Yeah.
Right. And if you Pete Rose yourself, that's never a good sign.
Never. I don't watch baseball anymore. I haven't watched baseball since the strike.
Which strike? Because didn't they go on strike like a couple times?
In 94, 95.
94, 95.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to like, what was popping in 94, 95. Because that was, well, I mean, that was back in the Barry Bonds era right there.
Yeah. That's right.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I mean, I really paid attention to baseball up until probably like 8 years ago, but I made it through. Like the Tigers made it to the World Series twice. They got crushed by the Cardinals, and then they got crushed by the fucking Giants.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. So see,
Yeah, the Giants never won a World Series when I was watching them. Bastards.
well, I think they crushed the Tigers too when they played them.
And let that be a lesson to you.
Let that be a lesson to you. So, anyways, what were we talking about? Barry Sanders being the greatest athlete of all time?
We were never talking about that.
And here, I'll tie it back to the Lions thing. Okay, I'll tie it back to the Lions thing because obviously, like in the Morabito video, now if you pay attention to the Morabito video, you'll see the Santa hat on me, right? The blue Santa hat, and then MCC and Frickin'. They made their video where they go to talk to the Macomb County Sheriff because I think they actually thought that they might prosecute Morabito, and which was kind of a joke, which is why I never went. But anyway, in that video, MCC is trying to tell them about me, right? And then they're like, "Is that the guy with the Lions hat?" And he's like, "Yes." And they're like, "Oh, that poor guy. That was his first mistake right
That
there
poor
being a
guy.
Lions fan." Right.
Yeah.
So see, they just left me out of everything because I was like, I don't go and file complaints, and I don't go and like I could care less about complaints. I really could. And I don't try to press charges on anybody. I just avoid talking to the police.
I didn't know that interesting fact about you. That's
What,
the press on philosophy.
What, that I don't talk to the police?
No, don't file complaints.
Oh yeah. I refuse to file a complaint. I'll ask for the complaint form, but I take that back. I filled out one complaint form, and that was on behalf of MCC. Yeah, so let me walk that claim back and say that I have since I've done cop watching or since I've been on YouTube, I've done one officer complaint, and that was on behalf of MCC, but I don't do it on my own behalf. And like, it really takes a lot to get me to do a complaint on anything.
Good deal. That's the press on philosophy for sure.
Yeah. I don't like becoming what I don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's no way to live.
Yeah. So, and I'm not knocking anybody that does feel it, beneficial to make a complaint. Like, if you want to complain about an officer, go for it. But I'm just in the camp where the less people reporting less shit, the better.
Well, I don't know anybody that's been filming the police for very long that says filing complaints does anything. I mean, they all say it's useless and a waste of fucking time. But the audience swears that, oh, you've got to file complaints and shit. They push you into doing it. But
audiences have never been able to push me into doing it, and they never will.
No, I mean, they try to push you into doing it. Like they push a lot of of channels into doing it, right? Or like, oh, you
Oh
got to
yeah.
file a lawsuit, like, but
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that.
most channels that like have any experience know that you don't just sue somebody, right? It's there's a lot to it and shit, and you move on, right?
That's always a better philosophy in my book.
Yeah. I mean, the best that you can hope for, I think, filming, if you're going to do it regularly, you can't get bogged down in lawsuits and complaints. You need to, grow your presser, right? And just jam it down their throat and shit. And sometimes public opinion will have its effects. You might not always know, but it does have an effect, right? And changes are made because of it. And you just have to have faith in that.
Yeah, you have to have faith in that.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's a ladder, and like, I mean, no matter what channel you are, like, if you have a video, if you know that shows something really bad or whatever, other channels are going to pick it up.
Yeah, other channels are definitely going to pick it up.
Yeah, and if it gets to James Freeman and shit, or SJBT or Lackluster, it's like there's going to be results,
Yeah, I think I've only been on Lackluster once.
I've never been on Lackluster, but I'm just saying, like, those channels, when it gets to them, it's like shit's going down.
Oh yeah, like and I've been I've had one video on SJVT but I've had two videos on SJNN.
News Network. I call them
News
all.
Network versus San Joaquin Valley Transparency.
I call them all the same. That's just SJVT or San the Man, but
right, or El Presidente.
Yeah,
he's got many titles. He's got many titles, all deserving.
Yeah, he's posted like 10 of my videos.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to do up a dab. I'm trying to get some resin out of this thing. Is what I'm trying to do.
But what I like about him is he'll post to anybody, especially like a new channel. He really uses his platform to build new channels.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right. I mean, I wouldn't have anywhere near the subscribers I have right now if it wasn't for him. I think he's responsible for over half the subs on this channel.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just single-handedly. You know what I mean?
Right. No problem.
So, and then I guess if I had to give a lesson to any new YouTuber, what I would tell him is like, try to have at least another video in the bank, like when that happens. You know what I mean? Because like he featured me, and then I had nothing really after that to put out. So I started making stupid compilations of my like Schrodinger's cat thing, and I think I lost like half the subs were like, no, we're not paying attention to this channel.
Maybe.
So I should have so have a video in the chamber. I think I should have just done like a compilation video, after that of like silly moments or something with the cops. But I thought it was a smart idea to put out trashy videos about Schrodinger's and like the posse that hangs out over there. Speaking of posse comatatuses.
Right.
That's the pussy comatatus because it's Schrodinger's and he was a cat.
Yeah, there's only so much shit that we can talk about him now that he,
lost one of his 9 lives. He's still got 8 more left, though. He still has 8 more lives left.
He's under the cat box.
He's buried in the litter box.
Yeah.
That poor guy. The only reason I'm laughing is because it's funny. Anyways, just a good night to have fun. And I did get a little bit of a hit off those dabs. So this is probably going to continue like this. Just a heads up and a forewarning. But where I don't even know where I was going with that. See what I'm talking about?
See what I'm talking about?
Right.
Yeah, Schrodinger's cat. You were talking
Yeah,
about Schrodinger's
I
cat.
I was gonna make a Schrodinger's cat litter box and put it in my merch store and like advertise it that way.
Hmm.
But then, but then he expired, so I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But he is just a theoretical cat, so you never know if he's just dead or alive. He might be in witness protection.
I mean, according to him, the cat was dead.
according to according to him, the cat was dead. Well, but how do you explain if it was just buried alive?
He didn't account for that at all. He was certain that the cat was dead. He dreamed about it. He talked about it. The cat was dead. It's in a box. Somebody mailed it. That was his vision. It's kind of a sick vision.
Yeah, and then I can just resurrect the cat, and then it speaks through me.
Yeah. I mean, he started that whole taser thing, like getting off on peeps getting tased.
Well, I mean, there's a couple channels that glorify the violence almost as much, if not more. Like Donut Operator and
Oh, donut operator. Oh my goodness. He
yeah,
actually went against the police on that guy that got killed in San Antonio while eating his burger.
I didn't see that one.
It's just recently.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, he really went against that guy for sure. The only time I've ever seen him. I mean, he made excuses for Evaldi.
He made excuses for Uvalde?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he tried to delay it as long as he could. He's like, I just want to wait for more facts to come in, for like ever.
Oh, so he did the draw it out until it's not a topic anymore, so I never have to come out and say what, I should have said.
Yeah.
Right.
Basically. That's the story that never ends, though, because they've just been lying about it the whole time, and shit keeps coming out.
What about Uvalde or about that?
Evaldi.
Okay, or the other shoot. Well, can you tell me more first about the other shooting? Because I didn't see it.
Oh, in San Antonio. Okay. So, and I've actually been to this McDonald's, by the way. I have a video that was quite popular from there.
Did you also purchase a high caliber cheeseburger like the guy who got shot?
No, I was just walking through the McDonald's, and I got caught up. McDonald's. Well, it doesn't matter what happened to me, but okay, in San Antonio, there was a disturbance call from McDonald's. Somebody was like causing a disturbance, which could mean anything in this day and age. Like maybe they spilled ketchup on the floor. I don't know, but
or maybe they said hello to a cashier and they were like, "We have those what do they call them now? Those little tablets over there. Go use the kiosk."
Yeah, I mean they're definitely Karens at this McDonald's for sure, but it's in the ghetto. Okay, it's not like a good area at all. But nevertheless, so this cop gets there and then he sees this car that's parked there and he's like, "Oh, that car ran from me the other day. It had like expired tags or fake tags or something, and he ran from me." And so he calls for backup, but he doesn't wait for his backup. He just goes and opens the door and is like, "Get out." And the guy put it in reverse and like rolled backwards, and he shot him and he killed him, and he was just holding a cheeseburger and shit.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
yeah, but I don't think the guy died. At least no, I don't think he died.
Oh, the guy eating the cheeseburger didn't die. He just got shot.
I don't think he did. Well, at the time of Donut's video, he hadn't died yet. He was like on life support, I think, or in critical condition. I'm really not sure if he's died yet or if he's made it.
But either way, it was, I mean, obviously big enough to, splash up to the, donut operator, like YouTube world.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, Think Like a Cop covered it too. But I'm just surprised that donut operator went against the police on it. Because he's always got their back and shit.
Well, yeah, usually they can, they can just murder babies and, throw them in pits with snakes, and they're like, hey, that cop was doing his job. He
Yeah,
had to throw that baby to the snakes and let the snakes bite him 50 times.
yeah.
After
Absolutely.
I stabbed the baby in the toes.
Absolutely. He's totally over the deep end.
Yeah, cop apologists are probably worse than the cops themselves. I mean, they don't leave as many.
He was a cop.
Oh, donut operator was a cop?
I think he was SWAT team.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I watch anybody that's former law enforcement, I'd rather, listen to one that kind of knows a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah, like Rick Gore from Think Like a Cop. Good Luck America.
Yeah.
I've been watching him for years, and I've really followed his evolution. I mean, when I first started watching him, man, he was really pissing me off and shit. Being an ex-cop. Oh, talking about no persons and shit. Like, where does a no person belong? On the ground. What's a no person? Anybody that doesn't answer your question immediately.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He'd be like, if the cop asks an ID and they don't immediately get it, they're a no person. And where do no persons belong? On the ground.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just been watching Rick recently.
Oh no, he's really evolved. He's really evolved.
Yeah, that's definitely encouraging to hear.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I watch him lately, and I never would have guessed that.
No, you wouldn't. Because he's all the way against the police now.
Oh yeah. Because it's almost, and I would actually think that attitude with, like, there'd be more Ricks out there than there would be, like the donut operators. Because if you think about it, like, if that's like your family or like the blue line, class or whatever, it's like, well, of course, you don't want them getting a bad reputation. And then so what you do is you watch all these videos with all this horrible, despicable behavior. They're giving a bad name to your entire culture.
Yeah.
So you would think like the Ricks would be more outspoken, well, he's outspoken now, and like you said, he's evolved.
Yeah.
And so you would expect them all to be that way, like anybody that's come from that culture. Because it's like you would expect them, like, I'll give an example real quick. You would expect a guy that's been in law enforcement for a while, that's kind of like retired or whatever, to call up the young guys that are on the videos and be like, why did you make us all look that stupid on video?
Right.
Like, if you saw somebody with a camera, how did you not know that you were supposed to act on your best behavior?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I don't know if I, explained that correctly.
Yeah, you would think, but it takes time to deprogram.
Well, yeah, I get there's I mean, that's 100% truthful right there.
I mean, still, Rick Gore is like, cops weren't like that in my day.
Oh, well, now see, that would be like a Juan Galt claim. That needs to be verified. That needs to be scrutinized.
Yeah.
That we need to be coming off. Well, while Val Venus has got Juan Galt, I'll be putting Paul Carroll in the figure 4 leg lock.
Figuratively speaking.
Right. Maybe I'll do like a
the figurative 4 leg lock.
or a quintuplet fucking Wrangler or something like that. I'll come out with a special move, and I've been rehearsing 3 of them this week, so I just revealed the name of 2 of my special moves. But the figure 4 leg lock, like that was, I think that was the Iron Sheik that did that.
Bret the Hitman Hart. The
Oh,
sharpshooter.
see
The
how
sharpshooter.
off my my wrestling trivia is. I gotta brush up on my wrestling trivia.
The sharpshooter.
Yeah, I thought it was Iron Sheik. Oh no, Iron Sheik had the camel clutch.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of peeps did variations of the figure 4.
Well, you know what the trolls use as their finishing move on this channel, right?
What?
It's the camel toe clutch.
The camel toe clutch.
I had to use that horrible joke because it was perfect timing for the camel toe clutch.
That's not a horrible joke. That's fabulous and shit.
I've been put in a camel toe clutch by Dog Tective and by the Lillian, and I tell you, they've got the most vicious camel toe clutches.
I bet. Josh for Fun was trying to say hi to me and shit on another channel today. The nerve.
The nerve of Josh for Fun.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
My goodness. I took a look at my analytics too, by the way, and like all the viewers are all returning viewers, so I'm guessing like maybe half of them are like trolly. You know what I'm saying? Because the numbers are still like exactly the same, the new viewers to returning viewers. So
yeah, just give it time, enforce your politic, stick to it, you know, and it'll work out.
yeah, but what I'm noticing according to the analytics is like I'll get a bunch of new viewers and then they won't stick around because all the trolls were getting the attention and I was feeding the trolls, and then it was like the example I was setting was, hey, be a troll and then you get attention. So then all the people that were here that deserved the attention didn't get the attention.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
So we're going to focus on all the people that deserve to get the attention, like Deborah, NOLB,
Yeah.
Hot Hot Springs, if you're still in here. We're going to say hi to Rochelle, of course, again.
Yeah. Now's the time for Rochelle to come up on panel.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me send a link to her. I don't know what she's doing tonight. She might be busy, but I'll definitely send a link out to some folks. We'll see if we can get a party started. If not, then, you know, maybe I'll have to go fetch those masshole videos and then let you check them out and show you what I can break it down and show everybody what Kate was trying to do. I only went back and watched it like one time because of how absurd it was. But you want to talk about being treated absurd, and Blue Bacon comes up acting as if I didn't do what I did to him that last time. Like, you've seen the Blue Bacon clip, right?
Yeah, like 100 times and shit.
Where he just sounds like silly and ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he tries to say that no, a judge didn't say something that the judge actually said.
Yeah.
Which all that did was prove to me that he didn't watch it, and then he'll listen to Juan Galt, and then he'll think, oh well, Juan Galt has to be correct.
Juan Galt.
And then you end up at your favorite spot on the Yale campus, and you try to convince everybody that you were correct.
Yeah, there's just something about him that, I mean, I don't really like Juan Galt. I'll be honest and stuff. Like, I don't really like him. You know, like Paul Carroll. I actually don't dislike him. I, don't like his mindset. Right.
But yeah, his demeanor is tolerable.
Yeah, but him, like, he'd probably be cool if he wasn't an order follower and shit.
Exactly. And it's only a matter of time before he comes around. So it's easy to forgive naive like cloak that's there, if that describes it properly.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And so, I'm just saying, a guy like Mr. Carroll, it's like, okay, I understand the mindset. So, well, once the eyes open, come on over here. You're not being fired as the resident attorney yet. We'll keep
No.
you on retainer. We'll keep you on retainer. You're not detained, but you are on retainer.
Yeah, he's protected.
Yeah, he's definitely a protected class. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I forget how I started talking about the Juan Galt thing again. But I wanted to rewind to Masshole Kate anyways, and I wanted to talk about the Blue Bacon and how Blue Bacon tried to say that a judge didn't say what the judge said. So then I played what the judge said so that it instantly shows what Blue Bacon said was like not even close to the truth, and he was lying to himself about the fact that he, knew what he was talking about. And so, anyways, how that ties back to Masshole Kate is that I went up on Masshole Kate, and then there's Blue Bacon coming on up, and he's acting as if that never happened. He's acting as if I never went into his chat, and he never made the claims that he made and looked as silly as he looked, and then had to. Blue Bacon contradicted himself 8 times in 11 minutes, or maybe it was 11 times in 8 minutes. I can never remember whether it was 8 and 11 or 11 and 8, but either way, it was a lot of times in just a short amount of period, or a short amount of time.
What are you going to do?
Well, when somebody contradicts themselves 8 times in 11 minutes or 11 times in 8 minutes, I'm pretty sure it was 11 times in 8 minutes. That's how bad it was. So then I clipped it and then I played it, and he still didn't understand. And then he comes up on Masshole and pretends like that didn't happen.
The games they play, it'll be all right.
Well, the whole crowd loves Blue Bacon, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because he's such a handsome devil.
I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. I mean, he's not that bright.
Well, I mean, you can tell he's kind of like that teleprompter guy. If you got something on a teleprompter, he's great.
Yeah. He's not the worst of them.
Yeah, he's right up there though. Like, I guess this would be this would be a great topic to talk about while we can talk shit about some people, since we're waiting on, some other people to throw down. I mean, Blue Bacon is between Blue Bacon, Kick, K-Man, I'm not going to say his name. Like, I mean, which one is the worst of the worst? And I would say, I used to think it was Dr. Dave. I used to think Dr. Dave was
pretty bad. He's pretty bad.
mean, Kate has to be considered in that camp, and so does Team Skeptic. And then SC used to be the top dog in the, scumbag crowd or scumbag group. And I'm not talking about, SC being a scumbag. I would never talk about a theoretical cat as being a scumbag, because everybody knows a theoretical cat cannot be good nor bad. It's either good or it's bad, and you don't know until you open the box. So
Right.
But who is the worst of the opposite side? Would it be Kate, or would it be Team Skeptic, or would it be? I think it's Kick.
It's so hard to. I mean,
Juan Galt's in that company, and then Paul Carroll is our resident attorney here, but he often lends his services over there for some reason.
Yeah, he'll go wherever he's accepted. He just wants a friend.
Well, he's our resident attorney, and we know and love him here. And oh man, I'm just trying to have fun tonight. I hope you're having as much fun as I'm having.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I don't want to Barry Sanders my way to a Tom Brady, Super Bowl victory.
Not gonna happen, dude.
Not gonna happen. I mean, I gotta throw some wordplay out there just to fucking, get things, a little off kilter.
I suppose you're gonna challenge Jerry Rice next, right?
Well, he was no Randy Moss. Let's face it, like Jerry Rice was no Randy Moss.
What?
Randy Moss has the touchdown record with Brady.
Oh, he beat out Jerry Rice?
Yeah, well, I don't think all time, but in one season, I think.
Oh, one season. Okay. I was at the game. I was at the game Monday Night Football against the Raiders when Jerry Rice broke the all-time touchdown record.
I don't, but I need to see a receipt.
I was at that game. I was. It was the first football game I had ever been to, actually.
What?
Yeah.
Of all the first games to ever go to, that is one hell of a first game.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll even extend an olive branch here, and I'll say I was a huge fan of the 49ers. Like, Ronnie Lott was my favorite safety. I would say
obviously.
Obviously. Well, yeah. I think he's almost everybody's favorite safety of all time, at least for hard-hitting safeties. And then, they had Tom Rathman, tight end or
fullback.
Fullback. And then who was the tight end?
Brent Jones.
And then but I wasn't the biggest fan of Roger Craig. I think he was on the tail end of his career. Yeah, Roger Craig. Roger Craig was way better with the Raiders. Yeah. I always thought Roger Craig was an okay. I thought Jerry Rice and then what? Steve Taylor?
John Taylor?
Or John Taylor? Yeah, that's it. And then who did they have? They had a hell of a defense too, man. They had one hell of a defense. Like I said, they had Ronnie Lott. They had so many good players. I would play as the 49ers in all the video games. I would play as the 49ers.
Deion Sanders?
Well, that wasn't until the 90s.
Yeah, they won a Super Bowl in the 90s.
Yeah. They let Steve Young get a
couple of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they blew out the Chargers pretty bad.
Oh yeah, 55-10.
Yeah. I was just talking about the Niners, from the Montana era. And I was just saying, I played the video games and I was always the 49ers because I always wanted to win.
Of course. See? So the truth comes out and shit.
I told you I was going to throw the olive branch out there, but then Barry Sanders came along. And then when Barry Sanders came along, then it was just really the focus on the entire league. It was just focused on Barry Sanders.
Well, Barry Sanders was a better running back than Roger Craig. I'll give you that.
Oh, well, Barry Sanders was a better running back than any of them.
You can have it.
I can have that one?
You can have that one.
Okay. I mean, are you going to throw out a better one? I mean, there is,
Well, what's his name from Dallas was pretty fucking good.
Emmitt Smith Walter Payton or let's see, there's a couple other. Jim Brown is the one that, always gets thrown out there. But
sure.
I would say Emmitt Smith, it wasn't even close between Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders. And I can give you, because that was the debate probably, I think, for a good 4 to 5 to 6 years in the NFL is who was a better running back, Emmitt Smith or Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
But I can give you hands down proof why it was Barry Sanders and not Emmitt Smith. Do you want to hear the facts?
Of course. We got to hear the facts.
Of course. So Emmitt Smith ran behind 4 Hall of Fame offensive linemen. He barely got touched until he was 5 yards downfield.
Right.
And so if Barry Sanders made it 5 yards downfield without getting touched, he's scoring a touchdown every time because all he has to do is juke 1 or 2 guys.
By that logic, you could say that Steve Young was a better quarterback than Joe Montana.
Why? Because he had to dodge 1 million bullets?
And he's, I mean, and he did dodge him and get away and score touchdowns and shit.
Well, yeah, he was a badass. Like, he was an awesome, like, him and John Elway were both, like, really good mobile quarterbacks.
John Elway? I mean,
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
he was mobile. I mean, Brett Favre.
No, he was really mobile.
Brett Favre was mobile.
Well, yeah, but he usually stayed behind the pocket, or, like, behind the line.
Yeah, he was a sneaky bastard.
He was. And he could do, like, the flip passes and all kinds of shit. Except, I'll always remember the Lions played him, and at the time, I think he was a backup, and he was just like one of his first years in, and he threw like 3 interceptions in one game. I was like, fuck yeah. I'm like, this Favre guy sucks. Let's like kick his ass every single time. And then he turned into Brett Favre after that.
He turned into Brett Favre. Oh, Brett Favre always threw a lot of interceptions.
Well, I'm saying I believe if I remember correctly, and I'm just going by my recollection, I think in his first year he threw like twice as many picks as touchdowns or something like that. I'm gonna stick by the claim that he threw more interceptions than touchdowns, but that was like the only year that he did that. Every other year it was more touchdowns than interceptions, but he did throw a lot of picks.
Yeah.
Because he was always trying to make something happen. He'd force the ball.
Yeah, he did force the ball.
Yeah. So, but I was going to bring this back with the Emmitt Smith and the Barry Sanders debate, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Because Barry Sanders, when he first came in the league, it was like, who is better, Christian Okoye or Barry Sanders? And then it was like, okay, well, that's Barry Sanders. And then it was, who is better, Thurman Thomas or Barry Sanders? And then it was like, okay, well, Barry Sanders. And then that lasted 2 or 3 years. Then it came in, who is better, Emmitt Smith or Barry Sanders? And it was like, well, Barry Sanders. So Barry Sanders took on like 4 of the most legendary running backs, and he was better than all 4 of them. That right there is evidence that Barry Sanders is the better running back than all of them combined. If you understand that logic.
He was pretty good. But he wasn't on the Niners, so...
Oh, if he would have been on the Niners, it would have been game over.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have been on the Packers with Brett Favre.
No.
He could have.
If he wanted to be an enemy of the people.
Well, then I would have hated Barry Sanders because it would have been impossible to tackle him if he played for Green Bay. Because, well, you know who Green Bay took before Barry Sanders, right?
No.
In the draft? In the 1989 draft, the Green Bay Packers, well, maybe I'll leave it to the crowd to see if the crowd's following the football conversation first. So, yes, I have an arm on him. My dad was too. Yeah, I don't think anybody. Oh, Rogers is one of the girls. Vale Brooks weighing in on the conversation. Shit, I didn't even notice Chad was participating.
Rogers?
I think Aaron Rodgers maybe is what he's talking about. It's refreshing that you're a Rochelle Levitt football fan. Hey, I liked Brett Favre. He sure was handsome, wasn't he? But where was I going with this? I was talking about Barry Sanders in some way.
Yeah.
And then we go,
who the Packers
who's drafted?
For Barry Sanders?
Okay, so since the chat is in on this and digging the football conversation, I mean, it's easy to Google, but it was probably the biggest draft bust of all time. I'll let the chat try to think of it. And if people can't get it, then, that's fine. But obviously, so focused on the 49ers that you miss, the fact that Barry Sanders should have been on the Packers.
Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to all the B teams. I only paid attention to the 49ers, to be honest.
Only the gold teams, the gold standard teams. Nobody's got time for those third world fucking NFL teams, the ones that live in all those cold weather cities and get snow and all that bullshit.
Right. Ain't nobody got time for that.
So Vale Brooks wants to know, I'll tell you, Vale Brooks, it was Tony Mandrich. The Green Bay Packers selected Tony Mandrich second, and then the Detroit Lions selected third, and then they took Barry Sanders.
Huh.
Yeah.
That was a fuck up.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. So, and then I forget who went first in that draft class, but it was like, just as good of a pick as Barry Sanders. So I think it might have been Troy Aikman.
Oh, Troy Aikman, another loser.
Another loser. But I don't know that it was Troy Aikman. I forget who the first pick was in that draft, but second pick was Tony Mandrich, and he made the cover of Sports Illustrated. And so he ended up being like he was definitely big in the roid rage, speaking of the roids again. But yeah, so Tony Mandrich was made the cover of Sports Illustrated. There was like this big hoopla on him, how he's going to be the best offensive lineman of all time, and then the Lions are like, we'll bet our money on this little running back like that can basically pop out of there like a ball out of a cannon, like he's shot out of a
Bo
cannon.
Jackson was a better running back.
What, he was.
Bo Jackson, dude. Bo Jackson. But he got injured, but
Yeah.
Bo
If he didn't get
Jackson.
injured, he would have made a run for it for Barry. I think he's got a 99-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, he has like the record touchdown run. Yeah.
So if I would say if Bo Jackson had the longevity of Barry Sanders, then he would have been one of the greats, if not the greatest.
Yeah, and he played two sports.
That's probably what caused him to get injured, is because he overexerted himself. He was one of those, overachieving athletes. It's like, dude, take some fucking time off. Take some time off in between sports. How much money would he have had to be making doing the double sport thing?
He was making a lot of money.
And then he was like sponsored by what, Nike?
Probably.
Oh, dude, he could have been the Michael Jordan of his era if he had known like the business end of it, like Michael Jordan figured it out.
Michael Jordan played two sports too.
Well, yeah, but he only played one, like, good.
Yeah, he wasn't good at baseball.
Yeah, just like Deion Sanders wasn't that great at baseball, but they let him on the team because they were like, okay, he can draw a crowd and he can run like the wind. So in center field, he can track down every ball.
Yeah.
That was his only talent, really. He couldn't bat worth a shit. And then, but Bo Jackson was like dominant in both sports.
Yeah, he was.
Like he was even more of a beast in baseball.
Yeah, I don't know which sport he played better, to be honest. He was really good at both.
Well, you just made the strong claim that he could have been considered one of the best running backs of all time. So that would have to, say he's, he was that great of a baseball player.
Yeah, he was a great baseball player, but I didn't really pay that much attention to him as a baseball player. He wasn't on the Giants, and I don't even remember what team he was on.
Yeah, well, Vale Brooks wants to know, what do you guys think about Mahomes?
Never heard of him. Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes? Well, let me answer this for you, and then if I misspeak, you can correct the shit out of the record. Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, so I'm going to say, if he's the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, what people will say is, well, he's playing for the Trader team. If he had played for the Niners, he'd be one of the best quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's obviously marginal.
Right. He's in the marginal stage of his career. If he was with the Niners, he'd be exceptional.
Yes. Yes.
I love this game.
Yes. You pretty much figured out the rules.
Right. Any more questions for the crowd?
Well,
and you know
because it's about class.
Well,
if you have any class, you would get drafted by the Niners.
Well, I think it doesn't really it's not up to you where you get drafted.
It is totally.
Like the 49ers were like, well, we got this last pick. What should we do with it?
No. If you have class, you're getting drafted by the Niners. That's all there is to it. That,
And so, what do you say about Barry Sanders? He got the ultimate "fuck you" draft class. Like he was like, they're like, damn, you got to go to the Lions because Barry Sanders got Lions. Calvin Johnson got Lions. Like my whole life, I've got Lions. It's almost like here's what getting Lions is like. Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football. That's how it is being a Lions fan, right? And so if you get Lions like Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson, two of the greatest players at their position of all time, neither one of them did shit with their career because they always got Lions, right? So
because they
my
didn't have
point
any
is like
class.
my life is I've just gotten Lions my entire life.
Yeah, they didn't have any class. They would have traded themselves to the Niners.
If I had the football game, I wonder what would have happened if I traded Barry Sanders to the 49ers and played as the 49ers in some of those video games. Because once Barry Sanders
could have been on the Niners and he could have been a winner, but he wasn't willing to take a pay cut.
No, he could have been drafted by the Packers instead of Tony Mandrich.
No, because
imagine
Packers
Brett
didn't
Favre
want to
and
run
Barry Sanders together.
the Packers didn't want a running back; they wanted an offensive lineman.
It's not an ace of spades. They wanted the ace of hearts instead of the ace of spades, and those bastards, they chose the wrong card.
Yeah, they chose the wrong card. I mean, it's hard to compare like draft picks, like who, being picked first or whatever, because it depends on a lot of things, right? Like just because a team has a high draft pick doesn't mean that they can even sign the player that should be drafted first. I mean, they might have salary cap problems, like,
Well, this was back in the day they didn't have salary cap. So it's like, the Cowboys and the 49ers, they could just spend whatever they wanted and like stockpile a team. Well, the Dallas Cowboys kind of did something very unfair. They pulled a Herschel Walker and like they got all these draft picks and then they just like drafted the best offensive lineman of all time, and 4 of the 5 of them played on the same offensive line. Like 4 of the 5 of their linemen were Hall of Famers. So it's like anytime you have an offensive line that's that, dominant, your quarterback's going to look good, your running back's going to look good, and your receivers are going to look good.
Well, they're going to look better than they are, but...
So the draft class was Troy Aikman, Tony Mandrich, and then Barry Sanders.
But they're all completely different positions. I mean, so it's like, what does your team need?
Well, the Dallas Cowboys needed a quarterback that was going to go 1-15 in his first year and like look horrible. And Jimmy Johnson, that was his first year too. And then 2 years later, Troy Aikman plays Barry Sanders in the Lions playoff game, and that's the last playoff game that the Lions ever won was against Dallas, and they beat that Dallas Cowboys team that won all those Super Bowls.
So did the 49ers.
Well, in the 49ers cockblock, well, they kind of cockblocked them for a little bit.
For a lot of it.
For a lot of it.
Yeah.
Well, and then they cockblocked the Packers after that.
Big time. Let that be a lesson to all of y'all.
Although they let the Cowboys sneak past them one year, and they let Green Bay sneak past them one year too, because Favre did end up winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
And imagine if Barry Sanders and Brett Favre played together. They would have been way better than Craig and Montana.
Dude, Craig, I mean, the 49ers team was so deep, and it was deep because everybody was willing to be on the 49ers because they had class.
Well,
right?
this
It
is
was
true.
about
Steve
class.
Young, right? Like you can't expect Steve Young to stick it out as long as he did, unless he definitely had class.
Right. And Jerry Rice, like he took pay cuts after pay cuts after pay cuts. Probably the
Well, and
greatest
then
receiver ever in the history of the world would take pay cuts because he got class and he wanted to be on, the people's team. Right?
people's team.
Yeah. He wanted to be there.
You don't want to be down with the Lions. You
Hell
don't
no.
want to get Lions. You don't want to go down in the den.
Hell no.
Because
But then
down
he
in the
got
den
off
is
the hill. He got off the hill just like Roger Craig and went over to the Raiders and shit too. That was
yeah,
so that was so sad.
that was such a bitch move.
Well, the Raiders, they always pick up the Niners scraps. Like, if you're not good enough to be on the Niners anymore, go to the Raiders.
Right. I mean, Jerry Rice even did it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Jerry Rice, Ronnie Lott,
Yeah. And
Roger Craig.
Jerry Rice almost won a Super Bowl.
Almost. The Raiders almost did a lot of things, but
Rich Gannon and man, they got beat up so bad in that Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Raiders, they always choke. Always. They always choke because they're classless. They always want to do
They were
things
so
the wrong
classless
way.
they had to move to Las Vegas.
Yeah, they keep moving around.
Oakland didn't even want to. Oakland was like, you got to get the fuck out of here. You've got so little class.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. When Oaktown's like, shape up or ship the fuck out, guys. Like, seriously.
Oh, that's so hilarious. Montana was Brady's hero. He wanted to be picked by the 49ers, but I mean, instead, he just went on to be 6-3 and the greatest quarterback of all time. In the
Right.
Super Bowl.
But without class.
If you add the class, and Joe Montana was undefeated in Super Bowls.
Yeah, of course.
Like Joe Montana was going to be like, well, I'm not. Nobody else is winning this Super Bowl. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. And he was polite about saying get out of here because he had class.
Yeah, he wouldn't even say get out of there. He would just, go on.
He would politely hoist the trophy. You know what I'm saying? He's like, here, I've got one of these. I'm going to have 3 more.
Yeah, I mean, he would beat you in the Super Bowl and then go film a Mervin's commercial.
Right, exactly.
That's class, That's class.
That is
Mervin's.
What Deion Sanders did too. Deion Sanders was a flip-flopper.
Yeah, he started in Atlanta and shit. He was a dirty bird.
Yeah. Oh, I'm dying of you as a dirty bird. And then he's a flip-flopper too. That bastard went to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Of all teams, like if there's got to be one common nemesis, like the Dallas Cowboys for the Detroit Lions and the 49ers, that's where you see like the alignment come back.
Yeah.
Because their hatred of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, there's just things you just don't do, and he went and did it.
Well, the only thing good from Dallas is the cheerleaders, and then we go in there, and then the Dallas cheerleaders come home with the
Dude, the Gold Rush girls blew them out of the stadium, dude.
What? The Cowboys cheerleaders are like, that's the only thing I'll give it up to about Dallas.
Dude, the Gold Rush girls blew them out of the stadium, and they were
the Jessica Simpson of the Daisy Dukes.
No, it was just because the Gold Rush girls had more class and shit.
Well, I was just saying
they didn't get the publicity.
Yeah, well, I am more attracted to the girls that don't want class.
Yeah, but they know how to blow. San Francisco is the real Windy City, okay? They don't hold sign by it, but,
They're not on the corner. Yeah, they're not on the corner promoting it because they're classy.
Yeah.
Right. But they still do it.
They still do it. If they say they didn't do it, they're a motherfucking liar.
Classiest man in football. I think that's a Montana comment from Vale Brooks. Dion had no class. Would 100% agree with that.
Right, no class. He wouldn't take a pay cut.
He was a dirty bird. He just went where the sun shine more, where the grass was greener.
Yeah. He wanted to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, nobody likes a grass is greener type person because then they go over there, they shit on the grass, and they piss on the grass and they turn it like into ammonia. When it decomposes down into ammonia and then it kills the grass. So then when you have those guys that go, the grass is greener over here and they go and piss on all that grass, then the grass gets greener over there and then they try to jump the fence again and they try to go back where the grass was greener again. And then everybody can see they're just dirty birds doing that.
Yeah. But what it all comes down to is who the greatest owner was of all time. And see, that would be Eddie D.
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, Robert Kraft is up there.
Fuck him.
How about Jerry Jones?
No, hell fucking no. That guy's so shady.
I know. Like, he probably paid for his NFL championships. He's probably like, hey, can you guys help me pull off the craziest deal of all time? I want like the first round picks for the next 10 years off the Vikings for this running back that's only good because he's down here in Dallas. So we're going to ship him to Minnesota and then you're going to help us. And then I'm going to pay for a bunch of Super Bowl rings because I got money like that.
Yeah, something like that. But I mean, everybody wanted to play for Eddie D. That's why the 49ers could put a team like that together.
I mean, he was a pretty damn good owner. You could definitely see that.
Yeah, there was just that little riverboat gambling thing that messed it all up.
He was almost as good of an owner as Mike Ilitch.
Who?
Mike Ilitch?
Never heard of him. Probably because he sucks and he's not Eddie D. He never owned the Niners.
He never owned the Niners.
Never.
Mike Ilitch is one of my heroes of all time. Have you ever had a Little Caesars hot and ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Mike Ilitch. Little Caesars.
Oh, okay. He's gaining. Yeah. He's gaining points.
Little Caesars Arena with the Detroit Red Wings. He owned the Red Wings during like the Steve Yzerman and the.
Are we talking hockey?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't do hockey. Sorry.
He also owned the Tigers. No,
don't really recognize them.
Well, hockey is like slightly better than football. you're about to really just drop down and never come back up again. But but I do feel that hockey is a close second. For me, hockey is above football. It hasn't always been. I used to have football above hockey, and then I realized hockey was.
If we're talking about football with a U.
Well, no. We're talking about football with the double OTs.
Oh, no. But maybe up in Michigan and shit.
Yeah, where it's cold.
Hockey is more important, but, where the sun shines and stuff. Hockey is like doesn't even register really on the sports meter.
Well, they're putting hockey. You guys got Wayne. Well, not you guys, because if I dare equate you with LA, then I guess you're gonna fucking murder
Hell
me.
No! The Sharks, baby, the Sharks.
Oh God. See, and so I'm a Wings fan, right? So I'm a Wings fan, like diehard Wings fan, and what I was gonna say about the whole, the warm weather thing and where the sun does shine. That's the popular trend right now is putting hockey teams like somewhere where they don't belong, like in Arizona, like in the desert, or in Las Vegas, or in LA, or let's see, where else did they have like 3 hockey teams down in Florida? It's like where ice hockey doesn't belong. It's like keep ice hockey, right? Keep ice hockey up here in the cold weather states where you're actually appreciated hockey, guys.
Right. It's kind of like putting football, you know, where it doesn't belong and shit, where there's no class. Like
Oakland.
Like everywhere but San Francisco.
Everywhere but.
Yeah, there
Definitely
should be
not
28
dirty
football
birds down
teams
in
in San
Atlanta.
Francisco, and that's it.
Definitely not dirty birds down in Atlanta.
Hell no.
But hey, what were we talking about? Randy Moss and Tom Brady being the best quarterback receiver duo of all time?
Oh, that's definitely not true.
For the one season, if they play, okay, so how about
For
this
one
to be more fair?
season?
They played together, what, 3 seasons or something like that? We'll wait until some background music clears.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. You got drowned out.
It was probably because I was talking about hockey being better than football, and they were like, "We're not dealing with that noise."
Basically.
And Vale Brooks said the Blues, and I think Vale Brooks is talking about the St. Louis Blues.
Is that hockey?
That is hockey.
I've been to a few Sharks games. It's fun to watch, to be at a hockey game, and be up against the glass and stuff. But I never got into hockey.
Oh, hockey is a brilliant sport. Hockey,
Brilliant.
Well, my whole family was into hockey, so it's kind of hard not to get into hockey. And then those are the best video games of all time too, are hockey games.
Not Mario Brothers.
Like the obvious choice.
Right.
And then Madden
I thought
football
Tetris was the greatest video game, but okay.
I don't know what would be rated as the best video game of all time right now, but Tetris would definitely be up there. Dude, I'd rock the Tetris. I'd rock that Tetris board so hardcore.
Snake.
Right, exactly.
Brickles.
Right. Like, give me my long piece. Give me the 4 long piece. I need to make this Tetris like now.
Yeah.
Right, and then it's bullshit throwing out the Z's, you know what I'm saying? It's like, motherfucker, I can only stack these so high before I can tuck that L right under here.
Yeah.
And then it's like, give me that fucking long piece. Or I'm quitting the game. I'm quitting the game unless you give me the long piece.
Quitting the game. Dude, I'll drop a million lines like it's nothing and shit.
Right? Yeah, exactly. When you can cash like 2 or 3 Tetrises, like right one after another, it's like, fuck yeah. Like, if you see one piece coming out long and then you had the next piece predictor and then it said long piece and you had your stack built up, you're like, oh, this is money. We're getting the high score in this game.
Money.
But I will say that Madden was probably the most fun game that I played of all time. And then hockey was a close second. But it's really close between hockey and Madden football.
But to say that, like, I mean, maybe Moss and whoever that third string quarterback you called out was, were a great combo for like a year or something. There's just no comparing Montana and Rice over their whole career. I mean,
well, I'm just saying if they had the same longevity.
If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. Right.
And speaking of balls, she could have been an uncle. Do you know who won the fight tonight?
What fight?
Apparently, Vale Brooks is asking about a boxing match between Jake Paul and Anderson Silva.
Oh, the Spider, Anderson Silva? He's badass, man.
Yeah, I mean, if it was in a UFC ring, then Jake Paul would stand no chance.
Not against Anderson Silva. I cannot imagine Jake Paul living through that match and shit. Like, he's dead.
Yeah, if it was in a UFC ring, but if it's a boxing match, then I don't know. I mean, Anderson Silva's got some good striking.
When is the funeral? Jake Paul is dead, dude. He's
right. Anderson Silva definitely would have played for the Niners if the Niners like had a fighting position. Anderson Silva would definitely have been, and he's definitely classy too.
Yeah, for sure.
And respectful.
Yeah.
Except the Niners weren't always respectful. Sometimes they were dicks.
What?
Like what? Well, here, let me explain. When Ronnie Lott murdered somebody and like hit him so hard that like they were concussed for like the rest of their career, that was not polite and that was disrespectful.
You mean like when Napoleon Kaufman got his knee broken in like 18 pieces and shit for daring to step onto the field with the 49ers?
Yes.
Yeah. There's that.
Oh my goodness.
Napoleon Kaufman.
Napoleon Kaufman. Hold on.
That happened. I was there for that. That happened at the same game that Jerry Rice broke the all-time record for touchdowns.
It happened the same game?
Yeah.
Damn. Where was I?
You were watching hockey, apparently.
I was definitely watching hockey. I guess I was just paying attention to how many 100-yard games Barry Sanders had at the time.
Yeah, they took him off of the field, and then Jerry Rice, just to add insult to injury, scored his 5th touchdown of the game and broke the all-time.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a Randy Moss seat right there.
Get over it. Get over it.
I love so has anybody figured out if Jake Paul's funeral is tomorrow or not? Because we have to divert to some hold on, let me check YouTube real quick. I'll be right back in 2 secs.
Oh, you're gonna find out the results?
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out for Vale Brooks the result of it. I mean, I'm still here, so I can still talk. But you might have to repeat something.
Might, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
So just to recap, everybody, Joe Montana is the greatest quarterback. Jerry Rice is the greatest receiver.
Unless they had the longevity of Moss and
Barry
Brady.
Sanders, as a gift to the other side, I allowed him to be the greatest running back.
And still could not do justice for the Lions because the Lions still did nothing, even with the greatest at the position.
But the only reason that I'm allowing Barry Sanders to be the greatest running back is because I never forgave Roger Craig for fumbling against the New York Giants and costing them their 3rd straight Super Bowl, essentially.
Yeah, that's when he lost his class.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like, not only did he lose the Rock, but he lost his class that day.
Yeah. It was bad. Okay. He shouldn't have done that, and he knew it. Right? It was uncalled for. And look at Vale Brooks, the greatest owner. Yes. I love you, people. Yeah, Val Brooks. You know.
Oh, yeah, Vale Brooks.
Val Brooks knows what's going on and stuff.
So anyway, this is what I have from Jake Paul is set for the stiffest test of his young boxing career when he faces Anderson Silva on Saturday night. The social media star and the UFC legend meet in the main event of a Showtime pay-per-view. So is this thing fixed?
I don't know. I'm most surprised that Jake Paul actually turned out to be a real deal fighter.
Well, yeah. I mean, anytime you start out with social media star, it doesn't lend a lot of credibility to your fighting prowess.
Right, but I mean, he turned out to like actually have skills.
Well, yeah. But my point was like, what if somebody had come out and said the social media star Mike Tyson?
Right.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, nobody's coming out to say the social media star Mike Tyson. They're coming out to say the boxing beast that's going to beat your head off, Mike Tyson.
Right. The 3rd round draft pick, Barry Sanders.
The 3rd round. No, the 3rd overall pick, not 3rd round.
Oh, okay. 3rd overall.
Yeah, except for he was right after Tony Mandrich from the Packers when the Packers could have had Brett Favre and Barry Sanders.
Right.
And Sterling Sharp.
Oh, and Barry Sanders? They could have them both?
Yeah.
How do you figure?
Because Brett Favre got drafted after, like in the draft class after that.
Oh, well, obviously, I mean, so they could have had Brett Favre and Barry Sanders.
Yeah, that team. Yeah, the Green Bay could have set themselves if they had opted out of Tony Mandrich because he flopped anyways, so he didn't feel the need. And then, so if they had drafted Barry Sanders, they still would have been able to draft Brett Favre, and then it would have been Brett Favre and Barry Sanders, and then Sterling Sharp.
Well, you never know. I mean, would the Lions have drafted Brett Favre if they couldn't have drafted Barry Sanders?
Well, they weren't drafted in the same year. They were drafted in different years. But my point is they could have picked up Barry Sanders in 89. Chances are they would have had a similar record because Tony Mandrich, like I said, turned out to be a bust. And Barry Sanders didn't help the Lions win many games his first year. So they would have probably been in the same exact draft position and then been able to pick up Brett Favre the next year.
Right. I see.
But the team could have, yeah. But it didn't unfold that way, and everybody knows that it unfolds the way it unfolds for a reason.
Yeah, because then Barry Sanders would have been a cheesehead.
That's like one step below Dirty Bird.
Yeah, it's a couple steps below.
Like, and the only thing lower than that is Dallas Cowboy.
He would have been popping pills with Brett Favre.
Hey, if they got some dabs, I'll take some dabs. But I wouldn't mind a Norco, but
oh shit. He didn't mind a handful of Norcos.
Oh yeah, like he was like, so like at a certain point he would run around like a crazed maniac and get himself hurt like all the time, probably just so he could keep getting like more prescriptions.
Really?
Yeah, well, if you think about it, because he played quarterback like a madman. Like, he'd let guys, like, get late hits on him and everything just to try to force the ball somewhere, and then he'd get it picked at an opportune time. But he was the gunslinger, so he earned the title gunslinger for a reason.
If you say so. He was a
If you say so. I wasn't really paying him a compliment. I was just saying that's kind of like cheesehead behavior.
Right. He obviously cheated.
Well, yeah, especially in that playoff game against the Lions where they fucked them. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, so the Packers and Sterling Sharp one year, they completely fucked the Lions out of their first Super Bowl.
Now, Sterling Sharp, he was a class act.
Sterling Sharp was pretty classy, except for he was still a cheesehead at the end of the day.
Yeah, right. There's no getting past being a cheesehead.
Right, so he was the classiest of the cheeseheads.
Yes. Yeah, he was always cutting the cheese.
He was always cutting the cheese.
Yeah, he was a good receiver, though. He was really good.
Yeah, he was like, the poor man's Jerry Rice.
Yes, very poor. Very poor.
Almost as poor as those damn dirty Oakland Raiders. They had to skip town and get booted out so they could go to Las Vegas and be like, get out of here and go to a real city.
Yeah. Absolutely. But,
like
so what happened with the Lions? What happened?
With the Lions?
Sterling Sharp did what?
Yeah, Sterling Sharp. Yeah, Sterling Sharp and Brett Favre totally fucked the Lions out of a Super Bowl.
How so?
Because the Lions... Okay, so this is the way it played out, right? The Lions, the last time they had a legit shot at winning a playoff game was against the Green Bay Packers. And, it was the year they took each other on in the first round of the playoffs. And it was a rematch because the week before, the game was to see who would win the Central Division. And it was Detroit Lions versus Green Bay Packers in Detroit. And Detroit beat them. And, you know, it turned out to be like 31-13, if I remember correctly. So the Lions, like, they kind of took care of business, right? And then the next week they come in and they're ahead, and then all of a sudden on the very last drive, like Sterling Sharp is left wide open, and like the cornerback fell down or something, and Sterling Sharp would stop what he was doing, turn back, catch the ball, and then walk to the end zone. And that one event changed the trajectory of the Lions forever, and they've been on a losing streak ever since.
They were on a losing streak before that, too.
They were set to win their second playoff game in 3 years. And then Sterling Sharp and Brett Favre pulled it was basically a bullshit move.
Scoring a touchdown is a bullshit move?
Well, when the cornerback falls down and you can stop and just turn around and catch the ball and walk to the end zone.
How is that his fault that the cornerback fell down?
Well, because it's not classy to let the cornerback fall down in a playoff game, and that's how you win the playoff game. Like, it should be on some epic play, like where, you know, it was like super close, like the Seattle Seahawks when they did that thing to the Packers.
That thing?
Yeah, don't you remember that thing that the Seahawks did to the Packers where they jumped the route and like took the playoff game away from them?
Jump to the route?
Yeah, in that Super Bowl, remember?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay, well, that's not important. What's important is how the Packers fucked the Lions, and it was 2 years after the Lions beat the Dallas Cowboys.
It seems like the Lions fucked themselves by falling down.
That's not the way we see it.
Okay.
That's not the way we see it. It's just
okay.
cursed with bad luck.
So it's like a total bitch move. They should have called timeout and been like, reset everybody and shit. Like, let's give the Lions a fair chance.
At least we're not dirty birds, and at least we're not cheeseheads, and at least we're not the damn Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Then you would have had to be an Emmitt Smith, which was the poor man's Barry Sanders.
I don't know about that.
Emmitt Smith was the poor man's Barry Sanders.
Dallas spent a lot of money on their team.
Oh yeah, they totally did that. Well, that was the Niners for a while too. So Eddie DeBartolo was he was just like, let's just buy the best players.
Well, yeah, that's classic. That's classic.
Well, yeah, and that's why I'm surprised you don't know who Mike Ilitch is, because Mike Ilitch kind of did the same thing with the Red Wings, and then he did the same thing with the Tigers before the salary cap era came into play.
But
Mike Ilitch, the New York Yankees, and the 49ers and Cowboys were the reason why salary caps were invented.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. which totally took. Okay, so what's the point of having a team if you can just stack the team?
Well, but Eddie D was so classy that even after salary caps, his players took cuts to stay on the team.
Well, until Jerry Rice went to the Oakland Raiders.
Well, that was only because he wasn't good enough to be on the Niners anymore.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
He still had good years in Oakland. He had kick-ass years in Oakland.
A good year in Oakland is a shitty year on the Niners. It's never been any other fucking way.
Even a good year in Oakland will get your ass kicked to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then sent back down to LA, and then back up to Oakland, then back down to LA, and then back up to Oakland. And then it's like, finally get the fuck out of Oakland and get your ass to Las Vegas.
Yeah, but the only reason he went to the Raiders is because, he didn't want to move.
Can we just call them low down dirty pirates?
No, he didn't want to move,
I was talking about the Raiders.
Yeah, they're just.
Can we call them? Can we call the Raiders low down dirty pirates?
Yeah, they always set the records for the most penalties and shit. That's
Yeah,
their thing, you know.
yeah, and that definitely is like no class.
Right, right. That's how the Raiders are, and you know, that's why they never win. They always choke at the end.
Well,
Always.
ultimately, they always choke at the end.
Yeah.
But at least they're not like the Lions, which at least they got to the end before they choke. The Lions just choke like before they can even get close to the end. Like
Right.
when the Lions get like 3/4 of the way there, then they choke, and then they do a Charlie Brown when they miss the football after Lucy pulls it away from them, and then they do like the 3 flips in the air, and then they land on their backside.
Yeah. That's right.
Definitely
But they
not as
had Barry
classy.
Sanders, so
Yeah, that's definitely not as classy of an existence.
right. But they had Barry Sanders, so they'll always have that.
They will always have that, and he did make the cover of the John Madden football game where they voted for the best football player of all time, and the best player of all time for the 25th anniversary of Madden. They chose the football god, which was Barry Sanders. So they enshrined him. They gave him his proper place along with the greatest video game of all time, Madden football, and they enshrined both together to solidify my position as Madden being the best video game play or video game, and then Barry Sanders being the best NFL player of all time.
That was Putin's fault.
Putin meddled in that election.
He did.
Right, because otherwise it would have been a class act like Joe Montana.
I mean, I wouldn't say Joe Montana was the greatest football player of all time.
Well, if he was the greatest quarterback of all time,
yeah. Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Then you would have to put greatest quarterback player of all time as greatest player of all time.
No.
Who? Okay, who's the greatest player of all time?
Jerry.
If you had to choose other than Barry Sanders.
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice was pretty damn good. Yeah. It'd be hard to argue there because that'd be hard to argue.
Jerry Rice.
And of
I
course,
mean, just all around his work ethic and everything. You know how he learned how to catch a football?
Huh.
He would go up on a roof and his dad would throw him bricks and he would catch bricks. If he dropped the brick, he had to pay for it.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, because they like build chimneys in Mississippi.
Oh, nice. So he was always just like playing receiver.
Yeah, he could catch a brick, literally.
Is that a true story?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I wonder how many bricks he caught in his day.
I don't know, but he signed my cast when I broke my wrist.
Oh, no shit.
Most of the 49ers did, actually.
I had almost all the Detroit Lions players sign my 1991 Detroit Lions yearbook.
Doesn't matter.
I even had Barry Sanders himself sign it.
Nice try.
Nice try. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. I used to be a kid, and I used to go to these Detroit Lions practices, and I flopped my 1991 yearbook in front of Barry Sanders' face. He signed like 2 autographs the entire season, like at practices, right?
No, he ducked and he rolled and he did a juke move and shit, and he went right around you.
Right, he pulled a Niners. He pulled the Niners like juke move, and like it doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist. It got wiped out of existence.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious though that I got Barry Sanders' autograph on my 1991 yearbook. That's no joke.
No joke.
That's no joke.
Yeah. All right, I believe you.
And I got Herman Moore and Brett Perriman and Lomas Brown, and I can name almost that entire 1991 Detroit Lions team. I got
that makes one of you.
I got Rodney P, Eric Kramer, there's Herman Moore, Brett Perriman, like I said, Barry Sanders. Let's see. I can name almost all the Lions from that team. It
I've
was a
heard of
tremendous
Rodney
team.
Peete for some reason.
Well, because his wife is like,
Thurman. Wait, didn't Thurman play for the Bills?
we don't say Thurman Thomas's name in the same breath as Barry Sanders, though.
Oh, we don't?
No. Because that was the other one. That was the other one. It's Thurman Thomas. Who was better, Thurman Thomas or Barry Sanders?
Obviously, Barry Sanders. Obviously.
Well, yeah, obviously. And Thurman Thomas, I mean, you know, they were teammates.
I didn't know that. That's what I was saying. Didn't he play on the Bills?
Not in. Well, yes, Thurman Thomas played on the Bills, but I'm saying Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders were teammates in college.
Oh.
Who do you think started?
Okay.
Who do you think started?
Thurman Thomas?
Yeah, because he was a year older, so he got the start.
Ages.
But then, yeah. But then the next year, Barry Sanders came on the scene and like won the Heisman. that was exactly the move that he pulled off to get the Heisman too, except for he pulled it off like game after game. I think he rushed for like 2,000 yards in college too, or something like that. Some ridiculous amount.
And then there's Herschel Walker. He did the biggest juke move of them all to run for like governor and shit.
Well, the biggest move he pulled was to like completely destroy the Minnesota Vikings for a few years. I mean, the Lions appreciated that because the Lions suck, or the Vikings sucked, I think, for like 5 or 6 straight years after that. Because they gave away all their first-round draft picks to Dallas. Dallas was like, we want like all your first-round draft picks for the next decade. And then the Minnesota Vikings were like, yeah, that's worth Herschel Walker. And then Herschel Walker sucked in Minnesota. Well, I mean, he was an okay running back, but like definitely not worth their first round picks for basically the next decade, right?
Right.
And then I think they gave some right, and then they gave some second round picks, I believe, too. They were like, all those first round picks are not good enough. Let's give you more for Herschel Walker.
Right. That's funny. That goes down as like one of the worst deals ever.
Oh, dude, that was the worst deal than getting Pete Rose and getting denied into the Hall of Fame because you're betting on your own team.
Right.
Like that was just like worst move of all time in sports.
Yeah.
Except
which brings us back
Mandridge.
to the greatest baseball player, which is obviously Barry Bonds.
No, we didn't cycle back to anything with Barry Bonds. We were talking about Barry. We were talking to Barry Sanders about Barry Sanders, and then we were talking about how.
Which brings us to the greatest name of all sports players, which is obviously Barry.
Yes, see, there we go, and then it brings it back to common ground.
Because if there's Barry Sanders, which was good, then there's Barry Bonds.
Like greatest.
So obviously Barry is the greatest name.
Yeah, and then Barry Bonds is like, kind of like the Joe Montana.
And it rhymes with Jerry Rice, so that makes sense. Yeah, Barry. Yeah,
it's almost like
which could be the greatest name of an ice cream maker if we could just get rid of Ben and make it Barry.
Right, it's like fucking Ben, get the fuck out of here and go get big.
Right.
and then but what I was talking about with the Minnesota Vikings getting fleeced of like their entire a decade, or I think it was like maybe 2 decades worth of draft picks. It was like a long time that they had to just have no class, like no draft class, right?
And you know what they said after that in Minnesota after they got fucked?
They said at least we didn't get a Tony Mandridge.
No, they said no. They said, "Oh geez,
oh geez,
oh geez,
oh geez, we'll be fine, eh?"
Yeah. There's nothing better than the Minnesota double negative.
I don't know what you're talking about, eh?
No, like, how are you doing? Oh, I'm probably not doing bad.
I'm probably not doing bad.
Yeah.
What's even worse is when you throw in a triple negative, and then you're like, wait a second, does the triple negative bring it back to a positive, or does it keep like the negative and then another negative, and it brings it down to a negative?
Yeah, do they talk like that in Michigan? No.
Sometimes. It depends on where you go. The further north you go, I mean, it depends on how, like, you realize we have the Upper Peninsula, right? And it's kind of considered its own state.
Yeah, what do they call them? Youpers?
Yeah, they're called Youpers, and they're called like trolls because they're under the bridge. Or we're called trolls in Lower Michigan because we're under the bridge.
Okay.
The Mackinac Bridge. That probably explains a lot, by the way.
Right.
You're not supposed to agree with that. But anyways, at least we're not like trolls like the lions, right?
Right.
What was I? Oh, I was talking about Tony. Let me come back to Tony Mandrich and finish my thought on Tony Mandrich and Herschel Walker, though, because at least with Tony Mandrich, you just got cheeseheaded, right? At least you didn't get Herschel Walker because, like, Tony Mandrich just blew one position out of one draft class, whereas Herschel Walker, he blew up an entire team's like, decade worth of first round draft picks. So that would be like getting 10 Tony Mandriches in a row. Because you basically wasted your draft pick. You don't have a draft pick.
Yeah, that's never a good idea to trade away your whole future for a Herschel Walker.
Yeah,
that's what George is trying to do that right now.
And some people are like, we're so committed to winning in the here and now that we'll sacrifice the entire future.
Yeah, that's literally what Georgia is trying to do right now. By electing Herschel Walker. You don't know about that, I guess.
Herschel Walker is running for political office?
I believe he's running for governor of Georgia, yeah.
How? He couldn't run for the Minnesota Vikings. How is he running for governor?
He is.
He is?
Yeah.
Holy cow, where have I been? Sleeping under a rock, I guess.
Apparently.
Right.
The big scandal right now with him is that he's anti-abortion, but it just came out that like he paid, I believe, more than one girl to have an abortion.
Oh, he probably paid 50 of them. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
He probably paid for a few of them in each destination spot everywhere he traveled to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably handed them out like, he probably, though that was probably like an itemized, portion of the budget every year. We got a lot of activity.
Yeah, he's gotten into the end zone before.
He's done a couple touchdown dances too.
He did the icky shuffle.
Yeah, but if he only knew to fuck those trolls in the butt.
If he only knew. He's against that too, though.
Yeah, you do the icky shuffle inside the troll's butt. And then it doesn't. Yeah, and then it doesn't turn into an itemized deduction in the budget for the abortion every
year. Right.
Jake Paul won. Wait, what? Vail Brooks, no.
Jake Paul won by decision.
Is that?
So it is fixed.
That can't be right.
Wow.
It was close, or he won by decision, or he won by decision and it was a close decision.
Well, what they did was Jake Paul was like, put a 1 if you think I win, put a 2 in the chat if you think that the silver
one of the greatest fighters of all time won.
Yeah.
Right. And they were like, we don't know who this old fighter is, because like that was like a decade ago. They're like, we want the new social media star.
Well, I haven't watched UFC in a long time, but I guess if it was a boxing match, I don't
Yeah,
know.
and Anderson Silva's probably got to be out of where, you know, the physical stuff isn't really doable anymore.
Yeah, he was freaking savage though, man.
Yeah.
That-
Like as an athlete, you got to accept when your time for playing is now your time for coaching.
yeah, I don't know.
And if you're not a good coach, then, you know, you can't go back to your playing days, so you're kind of fucked.
Right, there's that.
Right. So you better get good at coaching.
Yeah, unless you're Tom Brady.
Right? And you can just like outlive, like you can freeze time, and like you can be like, hey, you'll have another Randy Moss. You could have made Randy Moss better than Jerry Rice, but you would have had to play with him your entire career. So
I thought isn't there another guy that was like really good quarterback for the Patriots or something?
Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
didn't
That's
he like do some things?
no, that's disgusting.
You're right.
Yeah, Drew Bledsoe is like he was the reason. Well, he got injured, and then Tom Brady stepped in to take his place.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, but I forget where I was going with this, but the Jerry Rice thing. Okay, like Jerry Rice is like my favorite wide receiver of all time too. So I'm just coming clean right now. I mean,
You are.
other than Calvin Johnson, Jerry Rice
Who?
was Calvin Johnson
I never even heard of that sad sack of potatoes.
of the Detroit Lions.
I mean,
Megatron.
he immediately like got on my shit list when you compared him to Jerry Rice.
Well, he did break Jerry Rice's record.
Single season.
Right, for a single season, right?
Whoop-de-doo.
Right. So, this is where I was going to tell you Jerry Rice is my favorite receiver. You want to know why?
Yeah.
Because on NFL Network did a top 10, and the top 10 was quarterback wide receiver duos of all time. Okay. And of course, on that list, you have like Peyton Manning and that other dude from the Indianapolis Colts that was really good, the wide receiver. Right. And then you have like Kurt Warner and the wide receiver from the St. Louis Rams, the really good Isaac Bruce, right? And then they had like let's see, Troy Aikman, I believe, made it with the wide receiver from Dallas Cowboys, whoever that guy was. I don't even remember his name. It wasn't that important. But anyway, so on the top 10 quarterback wide receiver duos, they had Montana and Rice on there as number one, but they also had on there on the top 10 list Steve Young and Jerry Rice.
See?
So Jerry Rice made that list twice. Twice.
Yeah.
He was twice as nice as Isaac Bruce or the dude from the Cowboys. I can't believe I can't remember his name right now.
Emmitt Smith.
No, the wide receiver.
Oh, I forget now too.
It wasn't Keyshawn Johnson.
No,
right. He was actually really, really good. Michael Irvin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I believe they had Michael Irvin and Troy Aikman on there, but anyways, you get the point though. They gave out 10 quarterback wide receiver duos as the top 10. And Jerry Rice not only made it once, but he made it twice on the top 10 of all time.
Right.
Right. So it's like he made two quarterbacks. He helped two quarterbacks get on that list. That's how good he was. And then that didn't even take into account his time with the Raiders.
I believe he also has the record for the most consecutive games played.
Who, Jerry Rice?
Yeah.
So he was like the Cal Ripken?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I know Barry Sanders only missed like maybe 6 or 7 games to injury his entire career. Yeah, so that was also phenomenal considering, how crazy he was with his with his spin moves and his juice. You think he would have torn ACL or something.
Yeah.
But Terrell Owens, no, Vale Brooks. I wasn't talking about Terrell Owens. I was talking about Michael Irvin.
Oh yeah, Terrell Owens.
Isn't he another dirty bird that went from San Francisco to Dallas?
Did he?
Or was it Philadelphia?
I don't know. I mean, he was from the new school. He wasn't he didn't come from the Eddie D school of class, you know.
Well, and the old class, we're talking about the day when Ronnie Lott could murder you on a football field and it was accepted.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking. That's the second time you brought up murder.
What, with Ronnie Lott?
Yeah. Did he kill someone on the field?
Pretty much every game there was at least 2 or 3. That guy murdered people. You don't remember? It was
I remember. Yeah, but I thought you were serious.
No. I wasn't serious. Right. But I was just saying, Steve Atwater and Ronnie Lott, those were the 2 safeties of that time, the ones that would take your head off. And
yeah,
Ronnie
you're
Lott,
pretty much every game. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And then Steve Atwater was the poor man's Ronnie Lott. That's how good Ronnie Lott was.
Yeah, Ronnie Lott. Yeah. Look out.
Yeah, exactly. If you were coming across the field, he was literally sending you to your casket. He was putting you in a Schrodinger's.
Yeah, that's true. That happened.
And he was definitely throwing it. Well, he would not have put you in a camel toe clutch because only a troll can put you in a camel toe clutch.
But now they have rules against that and shit.
What, the camel toe clutch?
No, Ronnie Lott's. Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, that's why I was saying. Yeah, that's why I was saying that was in a totally different era. And that era of football was actually way better if you ask me, because it wasn't as fast paced and you had to depend on your running back a lot more because your quarterback could literally get murdered and nobody would care. They'd be like, oh shit, even though he's the highest paid guy on the team, I guess we have to have our backup come in now because let's just put it this way. On a safety blitz, you were allowed to just decapitate a quarterback and nobody cared. And Lawrence Taylor did it about 50 times a season. And I think he ended a couple careers, didn't he? Joe Theismann?
Cocaine is a powerful drug. Okay.
Cocaine is a powerful drug. I like the Giants, though, too.
Oh, shit.
just when the crowd is almost won over, I just drop a bombshell like that one.
I mean, the Giants schmiants, I don't really blame them. It's not their fault that Roger Craig fumbled. They had nothing to do with it. He just lost all class that day.
Right.
And fumbled. Right. I don't hold it against the Giants. I mean, they're just, they are
just right. They were just in the giant position where it was
yeah,
that was their beanstalk. You know what I mean? The beanstalk kind of went right up to the Giants and said, "Here you go.
Yeah,
we're handing this to you. We're handing this to you because Roger Craig lost all his beanstalk bean class that day."
Yeah, I mean that's the main reason that he can't be the best running back. But the other reason is because he was on the 49ers and they were not a running team. They were a passing team. Short and out. Actually, Roger Craig was a good receiver.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to, consider what running backs shouldn't be doing.
No, the 49ers played, 5-yard catches, right? They were never trying to get a first down in one play. But they did. They did
that bullshit West Coast offense.
Yeah, West Coast offense. That's right.
Yeah, and then the Lions tried to hire a San Francisco 49ers coach, and that didn't work out well.
Because they're not West Coast.
It was Steve Mariucci.
That bastard.
I know, and then he brought his West Coast like philosophy here, and then the Lions were super excited. And just like every head coach for the Detroit Lions, they come in with like super high expectations, and they just leave like they get Lions down their way out the door.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go and change like the Lions and shit. They are what they are. Like, there's nothing you can do.
I mean, when you got MCC and frickin', they go talk to some pigs, and some pigs make fun of you because you are wearing a Lions hat. That's like the lowest of the low right there.
That's pretty low.
That's like as low as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's almost as bad as the Lions never winning a fucking Super Bowl by now.
So who do they like?
What? Who? MCC
And frickin'.
or the pigs?
MCC and frickin'. I don't care who the fucking pigs like. Who does MCC and frickin' like if they're making fun of you wearing a Lions hat?
Well, no, they were just in on the joke with the pigs, with the cops. Yeah, the cops made the joke about me. Yeah, so I had to deal with the cops making fun of me. That's like the lowest of the low right there.
Right. Who did they like?
I don't think they liked anybody. I think they were just girls and they didn't like anybody.
Oh, all right. They were just haters.
Exactly. But I don't know if MCC or freaking have a favorite football team. Guys, it's been fun talking 49ers people. You are my new best friend. Look at that.
Yeah, Al Brooks.
Well, that's awesome.
People win again. It's a conspiracy.
And we'll just say, it's okay because, it's no Tom Brady. It's just no Tom Brady. And there can only be one Tom Brady.
Tom Brady wouldn't have made it anywhere near the set of a Mervin's commercial.
And definitely wouldn't have made it anywhere near Vale Brooks either.
Right. Shit. Joe Montana was just cool, calm, and collected,
Well,
he was a true role model.
Well, he could be because he had like one of the greatest teams around him of all time.
He never supported Trump.
He never supported Trump. That's true.
Never. Not even one time.
Right. I mean, they even named a whole state after him. They predicted. Right. They were like, they predicted he was going to be so great. They were like, fuck it, we'll just name a state after you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Montana was brought into the Union in 1992.
Yeah, and without Montana, it wouldn't be a perfect union.
Right.
It would just be 49 states out of the union.
That's right.
So, and there's, I wonder if they sell Barry and Jerry's ice cream in Montana.
Barry and Jerry.
Barry and Jerry. Oh my goodness.
Shit.
And look at what Rochelle says.
Yeah, you guys are still talking.
Yes, because we're trying to promote this. Let me go check on YouTube and see if we're gonna get some. Let's see if we'll get some Yale University action.
Some what?
Yale University action.
Oh shit. Yale.
Yeah,
I want to know why he didn't go to a good school like Harvard,
right?
Or Stanford,
or University of Michigan.
Right.
Right. We got the big house.
The big house.
We do. I mean, there's a reason why you can fill that stadium with the largest attendance every year.
Because everybody likes the shit show?
No, because everybody loves Michigan.
Oh.
Yeah, the trolls that are underneath the... Oh, and that's what I was going to tell you about the UP, too, is it's like a completely foreign land up there. It's almost like Minnesota and Wisconsin.
the land of 10,000 flakes?
Well, yes, and the reason they're the land of 10,000 flakes is because as cold as it is here in Michigan, it's nowhere near as it's like Canada cold in the Upper Peninsula.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because in Michigan it's tolerable cold.
Yeah, right.
It is tolerable in Michigan. Like the coldest it gets is like, maybe 20 below zero. Up in the UP, it gets like 40 below zero, like into the negatives.
Oh yeah. That's
like,
you should try North Dakota.
Well, yeah, that's like UP kind of cold. That's like Upper Peninsula kind of cold.
But that is Michigan. I'm confused. Like you're saying it's like a whole different state.
Well, it is because you have Upers. And they were they actually wanted to become the 51st state at one time.
California's been trying to break up into 6 states.
Have they?
Yeah.
Well, if UP did split off into the 51st state, do you know what they would call it? This is a serious question, by the way. There's no punchline.
What? Uber?
No, I'll let the audience take a guess. But this was serious. This was back probably like in the 90s, and they were talking about splitting off and becoming the 5th because it's that much different of a culture between the UP and what they call the Trolls under the bridge, which is the Mackinac Bridge, which separates the UP from the bottom peninsula.
The suspense is killing us all.
Yeah. Somebody's probably going to Google it. The couple people that we have in here are probably going to Google what the Upper Peninsula was going to be called if they had gotten statehood. But then they were like, fuck that, we can't leave the Lower Peninsula because that's like where we get all of our, federal money from. So we're not gonna go from having like, a bunch of representatives to like just having 2, like a North Dakota or like a Montana.
Well, I mean,
they didn't want to separate and be like, a no-name state.
A no-name state. But then they'd have 2 senators.
What's that?
But then they would have senators.
Well, senators are overrated. They really are.
What?
Yeah, senators, there's always 2 of them from each state, so it's not like they really have all that much power.
Yeah, they have more power than a congressman.
Well, yeah, but who wants to be a low-down, dirty congressman? That's almost like being a cheesehead or a dirty bird or a Dallas Cowboy.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're a congressman, your vote is only 1 out of 5 or 435. But if you're a senator, your vote is 1 out of 50. I mean, 100. 1 out of 100.
Yeah, 1 out of 100. Because there's
right,
2.
So your vote carries a lot more weight as a senator.
Well, unless it's a tie, and then you get the vice president involved.
Yeah, but when it comes to breaking off and making a new state, Congress has capped the amount of congressmen at 435. So even if there's more states, you're not going to get any more congressmen or women.
Right, but you just get less representation for your state.
Yes, but you will get 2 additional senators that generally share the same political leanings that they already shared.
Yeah.
Right? Because, I mean, Michigan senators are Michigan senators. If you divide it into 2 states, then you're going to have 4 Michigan senators.
Right. Well, it wouldn't be Michigan. The UP would have, had a different name, but...
Yeah, I get that, but still, like, they're going to be probably the same political leaning that they already are.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the UP shares, because I think the senators from the Lower Peninsula are usually always one party and one party, so it's kind of like a wash. But, anyway, so the name of the Upper Peninsula, it should be pretty obvious, because, like, there's only a few names that would kind of associate with that. If you think about Great Lakes. You have Lake Michigan. You have
Erie?
Lake Erie.
Erie?
They wouldn't have been Erie because they're nowhere
Oh,
close to Lake.
Superior.
Yes.
Superior.
Yes, that's the name they would have named the state.
Oh my God.
Right. And how arrogant is that to name yourself Superior?
Yeah, I
Like
see
that-
where that's going.
Right. Like that's such bullshit. It's such a great name for a lake, but it's not a great name for a state.
Right.
Like it's almost as good of a name as, Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan.
Yeah, but it's definitely not a Lake Erie because Lake Erie is kind of like that's almost as bad as being a Dirty Bird or a Dallas Cowboy.
Right.
Because Lake Erie just reeks of Ohio. You know what I mean? It's like
The
Lake
Dirty
Erie.
Weed State?
Yeah. Lake Erie just like it just reeks and smells like Ohio.
So it smells like dirty weed.
Right.
Right.
And it smells like a Paul Carroll.
Oh.
I'm just kidding, Mr. Carroll, unless you want to get put in that figure 4 leg lock.
Is he in the room?
No, he's not in the room tonight.
He's lurking.
He's probably lurking, or he's going to watch this on a restream. But I was
He's
hoping
obsessed with you.
Yeah, I was hoping that we were going to get Juan Galt to come in here and at least, be game for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if Juan Galt wants to face off with the WWE champion and shit.
Yeah, I highly doubt it, but it's on. It's definitely on.
Man, there's not many wrestlers that I disliked more than him. I really did not like Val Venus.
What about Bret Hart?
Oh yeah, Bret Hart, man, he's one of my favorites of all time. But obviously, the greatest wrestler of all time is The Undertaker. Obviously,
I thought Hulk Hogan is the Joe Montana of wrestlers.
Well, okay.
Totally classy.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally classy. Has a classy daughter, right? And he was the real American.
Yeah.
And he never let himself get put in the camel clutch.
Right.
Like he broke out of the camel clutch every time.
Yeah, he would just shake it off.
Right, and then he would take on. Oh, that like when he did the shake off thing, you knew it was over with. You knew he was dropping that boot to your face, and like you were going down.
Yeah. I mean, The Undertaker though.
He was no Hulk Hogan. Let's just put it that way.
No, he was The Undertaker.
He was like the Randy Moss to the Jerry Rice.
No, because The Undertaker was in like 17 straight. He was in like every WrestleMania ever.
See, and that's why he got played out. Yeah, like it was played out. He didn't have an Iron Sheik to go up against. He didn't have the Cold War to win. Like Hulk Hogan between Hulk Hogan and Rocky, they won the Cold War together.
Reagan had nothing to do with it.
No.
Okay, we agree on that.
Right, Reagan was just behind the scenes.
Right. We agree on that.
And Rochelle, did you figure out that Superior would have been the name of the state?
That's crazy. One of the states, California, still wants to break off into 6 states, and one of them would be called Jefferson.
Well, yeah, that's just a lame name.
That's what?
That's kind of a lame name.
A lame name?
Yeah, it's not like Washington.
No, it's not.
I mean, I like Oregon too, but...
You like what? Oregon?
Yeah.
Oregon. Oregon's cool.
Yeah, that's just where Rochelle's from, so I'm just trying to score some points with my YouTube wife.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
No, I like Oregon. They have cheap weed there.
That's always a plus.
$50 ounces. It's hard to argue with that.
What?
All day, every day.
Is that serious, Rochelle?
I don't know about in Portland, but on the east, in Ontario, Oregon,
Uh-huh.
$50 ounces all day on
Damn.
the Idaho border. Yeah,
Yeah. I
it's
gotta
true.
move to Oregon.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it was almost as good as having Canada right next door when Canada had weed legal before Michigan.
But Oregon will pay you to catch fish.
How's that?
Every year they pay you to catch pike minnows and kill them.
What?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
yeah. Uh, I got caught up in the pike minnow madness. Um, I thought I was going to do that. My cousin and I we backpacked up the Columbia River on a mission to catch pike minnows and make our first minnow million, and it didn't work out.
What happened?
Well, you have to take them to these weigh stations, and the weigh stations are few and far between. And since we were walking, it wasn't really um,
Advantageous?
practical. Yeah, we were never at a weigh station. That was the
Oh.
thing.
Well, yeah, if you're on foot, you definitely want to be close enough to where you can cash in on them.
Yeah, but the pike minnow is really invasive, and it kills the other fish, eats them all up. Um, and so they Washington, Oregon, and part of Idaho uh, pay you to catch them.
They sound kind of invasive, like, you know, the 49ers and the Cowboys were when they just bought all the good players.
Hush your mouth. They allowed those players to be great by buying them.
They allow them to be great.
Yeah, no, they would have been on the 49ers regardless because they had
Right?
class. The money had nothing to do with it. It was just, I mean, the houses cost more in that area, you know?
Well, it's
So,
definitely not Oakland.
no, not Oakland.
Yeah.
No, the 49ers, they lived in Redwood City for the most part. Atherton, Hillsboro.
Well, yeah, definitely would have been Oakland or like San Jose.
No,
Yeah. San
not.
Jose's almost as dirty as Oakland.
But don't get confused about Oakland. There's two Oaklands. There's the Oakland Hills, and then there's Oakland. But Oakland Hills is really pricey.
Oh, I'll bet.
But it's still Oakland. It's just in the hills.
Right.
But
it's no
yeah,
San Francisco.
yeah, San Francisco's all hill, all
Yeah.
the time.
It's
All
one
the
of the few places I haven't been is like San Francisco and Northern California.
Oh. Well, San Francisco is like a world of its own. I mean, I'm not promoting San Francisco at all. The actual city, it's pretty much a shithole. At least now. I mean, there's some nice areas to it, I suppose, but it's pretty much a shithole.
Everywhere except for Candlestick Park.
Candlestick Park was in a shithole area, but they have a new stadium, Pac Bell Park. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just remember it always as Candlestick.
Right, they don't play there anymore.
I know the Oakland A's used to play there.
No, the Oakland A's played in Oakland.
Are you sure?
Positive, yeah.
I thought they shared Candlestick Park with the Giants.
Hell no.
No?
No,
Are
that
you
would be
sure?
shameful.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
100%?
100%.
Because I thought I remembered the Oakland A's playing in Canada. Oh, maybe that's when they played the Giants in the World Series.
Uh,
Do you
yeah,
remember that?
yeah. I usually don't like to talk about that, but
Why? Because the A's won, or because there was the earthquake?
both. I'll talk about the earthquake all day, but um,
The earthquake was less tragic.
much so, yes. But no, they also would play in the Bay Bridge series. Um, baseball changed, remember, and they started doing games between the National League and the American League
Yeah, they switched it up.
during regular season.
Yeah.
But they didn't always do that. But once they did start doing that, then they would play the Bay Bridge series, and so sometimes the A's would play at Candlestick Park.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking because I thought I remember like I don't know because like I said I used to root for the Oakland A's.
That's your fault.
It's your fault. I
You have
mean,
nobody to blame but yourself for that.
I mean they did have a hell of a team, and I'm still trying to remember the guy who played for the New York Yankees that was part of the steroid era that went over to the Yankees and stopped doing roids and then became average.
Ricky Henderson,
No, Ricky
Dennis
Anderson was
Eckersley.
always great. It was I think it started with an O. Damn it, that's gonna bother me all night now.
That's gonna bother all of us,
I know, right? But
right?
at least we're not gonna be cheeseheads living in Superior.
Right. I mean, that was a rivalry, you know, the Giants and the A's.
Yeah, that was one hell of a rivalry.
Yeah, it's like Guinness and Jameson. You know, you just don't say the wrong one in the wrong bar.
Right?
Fine.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
Google this.
But I mean, it's like the Niners and the Raiders. You know, the Niners were classy, right? Like you could go to a Niners game and wear a Raiders shirt if you wanted to be dumb, but like nothing was gonna happen to you. But if you tried to go to a Raiders game wearing a Niners jersey, shit might get ugly.
Well, shit definitely might get ugly. Jason Giambi.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I was talking. I had to Google it.
You had
Because
to.
yeah,
That definitely started with an O.
that definitely started with it. Hey, I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
say
it's
I didn't
oh Jason Giambi.
right. Oh, Jason Giambi. That
Right,
how can I couldn't remember that, right?
right.
Because everybody remembers like Jason Giambi is hard to remember. But then you go, oh, Jason Giambi, and it all makes sense.
Oh, Jason Giambi.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, without the steroids, he was just an average player.
I really don't remember that scandal. That
Yeah,
might
he
have
was
happened
great.
after the strike.
Yeah, he was great with I believe he played with the Oakland A's. So now I'm gonna have to Google whether or not he played with the Oakland A's to double check this.
Yeah,
But when he played with the Oakland A's, he was badass, if I remember correctly.
for being on the A's, I mean, as badass as you could be, I guess.
Well, yeah, and then that would explain where I may have got the O from, and that's where he started. Like, oh, Jason Giambi because he played for Oakland. Oh,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, he played for the Oakland A's.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and like he was 10 times bigger than he was with the New York Yankees, and he was definitely badass back then. Yeah, he's like I googled it, and he's like hoisting trophies and all kinds of shit with the A's.
Hoisting trophies.
Yeah. And
That
then he goes
bastard.
right, and then he goes to the New York Yankees, and he becomes shit because he couldn't take the roids anymore.
I mean, there's a shelf life on you if you're taking roids.
Yeah, you're definitely cutting into your playing days, and then you got to get into your coaching. You better have your coaching ability down.
Yeah, I mean, there's the years you play sports, and then there's the years that you beat your wife and shit. And just have nosebleeds.
Right.
And no kids because you're sterile.
Well, yeah, you definitely pay the price eventually for those things.
Yeah, sooner than later. It's definitely a trade-off, man. I don't know how. I mean, cops or baseball players do so much roids.
Well, I mean, they're kind of synonymous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's almost as bad as being in Oakland A to be a cop.
I mean, it's hard to look at some peeps, and I mean, how do you get that big without them? You know?
Yeah, you definitely can. I'm gonna try to pull up a video real quick because today I went over to another channel, and it was Wandering Hippies channel.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I don't know if you pay attention to Wandering Hippie, but
yeah.
do you? Okay. Let's see. He had he's got this art program, right?
Yeah,
and
I've seen it.
You've seen the art program. So today I threw out the words for him to see what it would come back as. So I asked him to put in the words pink constipated piggy. And I'm gonna try to pull up what the artist rendition of pink constipated piggy was.
He's done Press On, Press Harder, Press Now, and Yeah.
Has he?
Yeah. Yeah turned out pretty good.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well, that's no surprise. What, it wasn't that impressive with Press On, Press Harder, and Press Now?
I mean, it likes violence. The program, it likes gore.
Oh, yeah. Well, gore is definitely a lot easier to do artistic-wise.
Yeah, it likes gore, and like it Press Harder, it made it kind of gory. I wasn't. Yeah, so I mean, it was a cool picture, but like it didn't really fit with the message.
Right.
Right.
Well, I'm uploading it right now so we can see what Pink Constipated Piggy came back as if you want to see that. And then we also did another one. And I forget what the other one was, but it was pretty fucking funny. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolby was talking about Wandering Hippie last night.
Was he?
Yeah, he wasn't happy about it.
Uh-oh. I don't remember. Was that while he was on here with us?
It was while you were taking the phone call.
Oh, yeah. That was my daughter that called me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Wandering Hippie. He's always been cool.
Yeah. He's super cool to me. Like, when I was first starting out in YouTube, and he got over 1,000 subs, like, actually pretty quick. And then I was first starting out on YouTube, and I only had like maybe 100 subscribers or something like that. And I just remember going over to Hippie's channel, and he would always play my videos and like, you know, let me talk up my channel and stuff like that to try to grow it a little bit. And there's a cool little connection between me and Hippie, is that I reached a unique number on his channel. Do you know what that number was?
No, 420?
Yes. How did you know?
It just bit. It just
right, exactly.
Just
so I hit my 420 subscribers on Hippie's channel.
Well, I don't remember. Well, I don't remember exactly who got me to 420 on Press On, but I noticed that you liked to comment on Joe Cool's video that he mirrored for me on Press Harder.
Uh-huh.
And just below that comment was another comment by me that said that Joe Cool got me my 420th subscriber on Press Harder.
Oh, nice, nice. Well, that's
Right.
definitely pretty cool.
Yeah. Joe Cool, baby.
Yeah, if you're gonna go, you know, if you're gonna go, the 420 mark, the only place, just as cool to do it other than Hippie's channel is Joe Cool's channel.
Right.
I mean, it's definitely fitting.
I'm pretty sure it was Wolby that got me to 420 subscribers on Press On.
Huh.
Wolfie
Wolfie
Gladly.
Gladly.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, that's fitting too. Yeah, that's fitting too.
Yeah.
So either way you go, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then San Joaquin took me to 5,000.
Yeah. Well, like I said, when I was on Wolfie's, well, I wasn't on his show, but I was talking to him in the chat, and I was starting out on YouTube. And I played that court date that I played yesterday for him. His jaw was just dropped by the end of that thing. The one where the judge was telling me to be quiet just simply for trying to ask one question.
Yeah.
And she only let me get about halfway through my first question of clarification. And I think it's because she smelled the logic coming and she was not going to be having the logic. And she didn't want to have any logical discussions and anybody logically questioning her own rules. So she shut it down so fast. And when I first
you got to.
Well, yeah. Well,
you can't have logic.
Well, yeah, and you can't have anybody questioning you either.
No.
Right. So when I first did that court date, I thought I took a big L on that. I thought I took a big loss. I was so dejected after that court date. I was like, damn, everything I kind of had figured out or planned, none of it worked, and that bitch shut me down. And so I was feeling really dejected until I played that court date back, and then I realized all the mistakes that judge made. I don't know if you I don't know how closely you listened to that court date, but that judge made a couple of very critical mistakes.
Well, according to Juan Galt, they're just little mistakes.
Well, they're clerical errors.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're clerical errors, and then they're your fault that the clerical errors were made.
Right. It was only because the judge was so patient.
Right. Or, well, it was only because the clerical error and because I screwed up, they made the clerical error because I screwed up.
Yes.
And that's okay, Rochelle. 40 subs is 40 subs.
Yeah.
That's 39 more than, you had when you first started.
Yeah. Go film the police, Rochelle H.
Right?
And then see what happens to your sub.
Right? If I go out to Oregon, she wants to come cop watching. I would definitely take you out cop watching, Rochelle. But what was the story? I was talking about that judge and the mistakes that she made, because I even brought him up in my next court date. I'm like, she adjourned that proceeding twice. On the record, she adjourned the proceeding. That's how flustered she was just by simply going the whole I want to ask clarifications route. So my guess is, and I'll never know, so I'm only taking a stab and I'm only guessing at why she made these mistakes, is because she probably figured out almost immediately I was recording. She probably had some sort of training on the script, or the whole Mark Stevens script. She probably had a little bit of knowledge of it, and she could sense it coming, that she was like, oh no, this dude isn't doing this to us.
Right.
That's what I got.
Word gets around. That's why another reason why scripts, are all bad.
Well, yeah, I mean they're bad, like you said, like when I could have agreed with the judge that one time, and that definitely would have helped me to slow down and listen, and then just repeat the words. That definitely would have helped. Um, but I guess where I was going with it in Pontiac was like that judge got so panicked so quickly, and she was just like she wouldn't even let me speak from that point on. She would just boom, 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 and then be quiet, and then I can under the state statute, put you in jail, so I have to appoint you an attorney. That was her second mistake because it was like she was trying to shut me up and trying to make sure I couldn't speak. And then, well, I don't know. Again, these are my theories as to what she was doing. And then so she adjourned the matter twice. Then like I said, she didn't even let me ask one question. And then, so after she adjourned it twice, didn't let me ask a question. And then she also made another mistake. And I'm trying to, oh, yeah, under the state statute, I have to appoint you an attorney.
You and Rochelle are planning something?
Oh, yeah.
In earlier, she says we can find our own sex. We don't need your links.
Uh-oh. I don't know what that was about. What were we talking about? Sausage links? Or what kind of links were we talking about?
Is Rochelle the only one in chat right now?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly. But I was trying to.
I'm still listening to you, but that caught me off guard. The sex thing was porn bomb. Oh, not that the sex thing was porn bomb. I'm confused.
I'm confused too. But while we're confused, we were talking about the confused judge and the mistakes that she made and then I clarified both of her mistakes at the next court date, and the judge basically agreed with me on both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I said, so, because I brought up and I said, so that arraignment, which wasn't actually an arraignment, because Rhonda, I always call the judges by the first name, and they really hate it. Like, you want to know, I know, you don't think it's wise to piss off a judge, and it's probably not wise to piss off a judge, but I can't help myself sometimes. And so it was really fun to watch her, make those mistakes, and then I get to clarify with the next judge that both of the things she said were bullshit.
I never said it wasn't wise to piss off a judge, like a blanket statement on that. I mean,
I just got that sentiment, so yeah, I wasn't trying to speak for you. I was just.
If you're gonna ask the judge later for something, then it's gonna come back to bite you in the ass. If you're gonna take it all the way, and you're willing to stand on your ground, but the only time I say that is like, when most everybody like they try and be Billy Badass, but then at some point they're asking for something.
Yeah. Like if you're asking for a lighter sentence, then the best idea is probably not to piss off the judge.
Yeah.
Or if you're asking just to like plead guilty, pay the fine, and be done with it. And then you can go in and ask the logical questions that show that it's nothing about what they said it was about.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to do that at some point, you might as well do it right away.
Well, yeah. So I stuck to the whole pissing off the judge thing. Are you, Rochelle? So, but anyway, what I was trying to say about Rhonda Gross.
Wait, can I interrupt again? I think that Rochelle H should consider going to people school.
Oh, I definitely think Rochelle should consider going to people school. And she's definitely smart as a whip too, so.
But first we have to get you incommunicado better than you are right now.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, one way or another. But back to Rhonda.
Yes, back to Rhonda. Because I clarified her mistakes with the next judge. And I said, because I asked the next judge, I said, well, it was also set on record that under the state statute, you have to appoint me an attorney. And then he said, no, that's not true. And I said, okay, so then why did Rhonda say that? Rhonda, of course, I first name the judges all the time. I
And this
always
is what a
call.
judge does when you do that.
they pull an Oakland A's and they pull an elephant move. And they blow their Joe cool. You know what I'm saying? Like they blow their Joe cool and they can't they can't hold themselves. They can't compose themselves enough to what's people school? Well, you just got to email Real Genie and tell them that you want to enroll in people school.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So I can get you some information on that, Rochelle. But so that was the first thing that I said, and then of course I addressed the whole issue of jurisdiction and everything with the next judge. And wouldn't you know, it was the next judge, and I also used I was on a first name basis with him as well, because I always call the judges by their first name. And the one judge that did not like that, the one judge that didn't like that the most was Travis Reeds down in Novi, the guy who sent me to jail for a day. Well, he sentenced me to 10 days, then knocked it down to 7, then knocked it down to 2, but ultimately had me out like the next day, like within a few hours. But he really blew his top when I called him by his first name.
They don't
he lost it. He told me, he says, well, if you see me in a grocery store, you can call me Travis. And I was like, oh, okay. Is that what is according to you, right, Travis? And then he just lost his shit. And I wish I had those transcripts to see how much time we spent talking about that guy and his first name, because it was great. And then he also tried to pull some bullshit on me too, where he said, well, and this was after they arrested me outside when he issued the bench warrant for the fact that I wouldn't stop recording and I wouldn't go inside unless. Well, I told them I'd stop recording, but they have to tell me they're about to issue the bench warrant, and then I'll just stop my recording and go inside. And instead of doing that, he pulls a bitch move and he sends the cops out to arrest me after he signs the bench warrant. So, but my point is, so they have me in handcuffs already. The court has me in handcuffs already, and the deputies, they bring me from the back room into the courtroom, and I'm still in handcuffs, by the way, like I'm a low-down dirty criminal when all I wanted to do is record my own court date. But they have me in there like a low-down dirty criminal, and this judge has the nerve to look at me while we're on record and say, well, we can treat each other with mutual respect. And that's when I held my hands up and I said, let the record show for the record, let the record show at this time I'm in handcuffs. Is this what the court considers mutual respect? He didn't like that one at all either.
Right.
He was pretty upset that, because he was pretty confident that court record was not going to say anything about the fact that I came in handcuffs and I left out of there in handcuffs. So I made damn sure that the record showed that I had handcuffs on me. And then this guy wants to tell me that we can treat each other with mutual respect. He had the nerve to tell me that we can treat each other with mutual respect.
The nerve.
Yeah, that's why I've tried everything I can to get my hands on those transcripts down in Novi. But for some reason,
it could have been worse. It could have been worse. He could have tried to say that Tom Brady was the greatest quarterback of all time.
I was about to say he could have fumbled like Roger Craig to the Giants.
Oh. That's low.
He could have picked Tony Mandrich instead of Barry Sanders.
Yeah. See, it can always be worse.
It can always be worse. He could have been a cheesehead up in Superior, getting put in the camel toe clutches by the troll ladies down under the bridge.
Yeah. I mean, trolls. That that name started like by trolling the bottom. Like fishing. I
right?
believe
Yeah,
not by
yeah.
being
So,
like a troll like under the bridge. I
well,
don't know.
yeah. So,
I don't know how that started. Like it went two different directions with trolls.
well, what? Being a low down dirty troll or a low down even dirtier troll?
No, I mean like being a troll, like in trolling, like being a bottom, like as in fishing, right? Like where that started from. But then there's also this idea of a troll being under a bridge, right? And with,
Yeah, like a mean, ugly troll.
yeah,
Right, right. Which is what Rochelle just said. Especially the trolls that aren't funny. Yeah, they just say low down, dirty things, and there's no humor attached to it whatsoever. But the thing is, they get the crowd to rally with them and kind of laugh at that, like it's a mob bullying on one other kid, like the weakest kid out on the playground, and then they think they're all really badass because they were able to make somebody else feel bad.
well, but they're just trolling. Like they put on their bait whatever comment it is, and then they're waiting for a bite. But if they don't get a bite, then all they catch is a heat.
That is very true. All they catch is the heat.
Right.
It's almost like a heater, you know what I'm saying? Like throwing it uh Jason Giambi when he was with the A's. He could knock that thing out of the park, but then he went to the Yankees without the roids and then he couldn't knock those balls out of the park anymore.
So he stopped doing roids when he went to the Yankees.
Yeah, yeah, because that's when they had that big crackdown, because the Yankees were just basically buying up all the good players,
Oh, there
kind of
was a
like
crackdown, so he didn't need roids anymore. It was a crackdown.
well, yeah, it was crackdown, but so then he got off the roids after. So the Yankees thought they were buying one of the best players in baseball, like they always did, kind of like Mike Ilitch would buy the best hockey players and the best baseball players. But the Yankees would buy the best baseball players, so they bought the Jason Giambi on roids. But then Jason Giambi came over and they cracked down on the roids, so then he couldn't do the roids. So the Yankees were basically paying for the Oakland A's best player, but then he got off the roids, so they ended up paying a best player's salary for just an average player again.
Right. They were paying for the roids, but didn't get the roids.
Right, exactly. Jason Giambi came with everything in the package except for the roids.
Right.
And then it wasn't the Jason Giambi deal that the Yankees thought they were getting into. So then they just got stuck with like a mediocre baseball player for a while.
Right. I mean, a player, it depends on what team you're on. Just like the crowd, I mean, has so much to do with it, like what kind of environment you're in. And a player might thrive on the West Coast and not do well on the East Coast at all.
Kind of like Montana going to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, yeah,
I
but
mean, except for
Montana
that's
was
more.
way past his day. I mean, when he went to the Chiefs.
I mean, he was still decent. He got him to the playoffs.
Yeah, he was still Montana and shit, but he wasn't good enough for the Niners anymore. He should have retired.
To another team and could still pull it off.
Yeah, he should have just retired.
Right? And Tom Brady, he was like, I should just retire, just go to this other team and basically win a championship with another team.
Yeah.
Which proves that, he's just that tiny step above the other greatest quarterback.
I don't really consider Kansas City the East Coast.
Well, no, that's more like, gateway to the West.
Yeah, the Midwest. I mean, or the
One of the busiest airport hubs in the
Central.
world. Yeah. Like
Central.
if you travel across country and you got a layover, you're always laying over in St. Louis.
I've never been to St. Louis. I have been to Kansas City.
Have you?
For a minute.
But I was trying to say something and I lost my train of thought. But it was
It happened.
something, right? But it was something kind of important.
You lost your train of thought.
Oh, it was about the trolls.
Oh,
Like, yeah. Like, that's the one thing I noticed is like you'll have a lot of troll channels that try to be like troll channels, but they have no humor in there. So it's just downright mean. And then those channels don't do anything. And then the folks that run those channels can't figure out why. Like there's this one kid that would hang out with K1A, the K-Man. And anyways, he used to always like just say the stupidest low down dirty things to me, and I just basically stopped responding to him at all because I realized he had nothing somewhat humorous to say, and it was just as like dirty of an attack as you could get. But he was always hanging out with K-Man, and then I come to find out like he was trying to start his own channel, but right in his logo he had like the no sign, like the no parking, except for in the crosshair he had no sob sits, no auditors, no Karens. And it's like, okay, so obviously you're coming right out the gate saying you're against anybody that you would consider in the 1A game or the auditor game or the activist game. Then sob sits, which nobody likes a sob sit. I don't think anybody really likes a sob sit. And then Karens, and like nobody likes a Karen. But it's like obviously the dude's just, trying to go for cheap low down attacks if that's going to be his logo.
well, isn't that how the song goes? It's like two sob sits round the outside, round the outside.
Round the outside.
Yeah.
I think that is exactly how the K1A. Yeah, Rochelle, that's what we call him. Because he's not that's the frauditor term right there. Because he went from being an auditor where he pulled out his phone and started recording, and then he made a no in the 1A game, which is he called the cops. And you don't
While
call
holding his phone in the vertical mode.
right, exactly. So he went from being an auditor to like an amateur auditor to a frauditor instantly when he went and called the cops.
Yeah, that was bad. While back on his driveway and shit.
Yeah. When the whole time all he kept doing was bragging about his Second Amendment, and I was really hoping he was gonna try to exercise his Second Amendment. I really was.
I mean, I just got to emphasize, like, the whole thing was very non-threatening. Like, you weren't over there trying to threaten him at all. Like, it wasn't like that,
Oh yeah.
It wasn't like that at all. Like, I mean, that's not how it came across to me. You were just trying to talk to him.
Well, and he just, wasn't having it. There's really no getting through to him anyways. So.
Right.
I don't even know what the point was of even trying, to be honest. Because it was just, it's fruitless. It's a waste of time.
Yeah. Well,
those are one of the ones that is not a Paul Carroll. It's a Juan Galt, not a Paul Carroll.
Yeah. Well,
that's
they
just
tried to make hay out of it, but it really didn't stack up.
Yeah. And what I mean by the whole Paul Carroll thing, like the Paul Carroll, you can tell like the decent human being is in there, but with him, you can tell there's no decent human being in there.
Who? K1A?
Yeah, K1A. There's just
K-Galt?
Yeah, there's just absolutely no decent human being in there.
I know. I tried to tell Triggered Limey that K1A is the bottom of the barrel. He didn't believe me, but I mean, Triggered Limey, he's pretty much down there too. But he's stopped pretty much doing auditor videos.
Who, Triggered Limey?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which is smart. I told him, getting in between the people and their government is just not a good thing. Right? Like,
yeah. So what does he focus on now?
Other things, like completely other things, like politics and shit, like in his own country. And
gotcha.
Maybe like showing court cases and stuff. Like,
I mean, that's where he should stay, to be perfectly honest.
court cases, yeah, courtroom stuff. I mean,
Yeah, or
actually,
just in his own country and just, kind of the politics type thing.
yeah, I mean, a lot of different topics, but like he hasn't been doing videos on like auditors really
Well,
lately.
apparently I brought him back into that game.
You did?
Yeah,
Triggered Limey?
yeah. You didn't see his video on me?
When?
Just a couple days ago.
Really? That fat bastard?
Yeah.
Huh. No, I didn't. I
Yeah,
haven't been watching it. No.
Oh yeah, it was a complete joke. I mean, all he did was try to say how great K1A was, and I'm like, he's like, if you don't know who K1A is, he rips Solstice auditors to shreds. I'm like, he rips, right? I'm
You
like,
do a better Triggered Limey than Triggered Limey does.
triggered Limey? Well, I guess he's got me a little bit triggered then, because that's exactly what he said, though. And I'm like, how can you say that he rips anybody to fucking shreds? Because he rips nobody to shreds. And he just makes himself look like an idiot that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. In basically every video that K1A does, he has the same format, right?
Low energy, boring.
Right, boring, and then repeat the same shit that he's heard an intelligent person say, and then adapt it slightly to what he's trying to talk about, but it doesn't necessarily apply, so he just makes himself look like a bigger fool.
Yeah.
He uses, because Paul Carroll always uses intellectually dishonest, so you'll hear K1A always say intellectually dishonest, and then you'll also hear the Cuck Man, right? Keeping it crackhead. You'll hear him say narrative. His famous word is narrative. So K1A doesn't get those two words from himself. That's like that echo chamber taking place. And then he'll tell me I'm being intellectually dishonest on something. And then you'll see a comment from Paul Carroll the next day agreeing with me or recognizing that I was correct on whatever it was we were talking about. And I'm like, intellectually dishonest. Okay. So it definitely doesn't make sense. What up, you be chilling? So like I said, K1A, all he does is he takes something somebody intelligent said or somebody that's moderately intelligent, and then he'll repeat it as if it was his thought.
Yeah. He does that for sure, but with low energy.
Right, and just with really bad reactions and really bad. It's almost like you're talking to a cop, you know? It's like you're talking to a cop that has no independent thought process and that can't use critical thinking, and that I remember when him and I were first starting, if you want to stick it out for this story, because it's not the most exciting story, but it involves me and K1A. And then I asked him to take a look at my disorderly case, the one I got up at a courthouse. And then I asked him to tell me if he thought what his honest opinion was I behaving disorderly? And he says yes. He told me that yes, I was acting disorderly. And then I said, what specifically did I do that was acting disorderly? And then he couldn't come back with anything other than I wasn't listening to what the cops told me to do.
Oh, that's quite disorderly.
Oh yeah, that's definitely quite disorderly. You know what I mean? Like, how dare you, not listen to a cop when you say, hey, I'm willing to waive my Fourth Amendment right and go through the metal detectors, and then the cop stops, yelling out, get out of the courthouse for basically making the statement, okay, I'm willing to waive my Fourth Amendment right and go through the metal detectors.
Right.
Which is debatable, you know what I mean? Some people think the metal detectors are reasonable, and I used to think that as well. But then I figured out
they're reasonable. There's lots of reasons
Well, yeah, but then I started realizing the logic on it was reasonable people don't search other people unless there's a valid reason to search them. Like I would never search a random stranger unless I suspected them of something.
Well, people aren't reasonable. They're righteous. Righteous people wouldn't search people. Um, Reasonable persons do though. 10 bad reasons are still reasons.
Well, yeah, but if you don't have a warrant to search, like if a government agent doesn't have a warrant to search, then that to me is unreasonable.
Well, they're not making you go through the search.
Well, if you want to access the building, then yes, they are.
Yeah, if you want.
Well, yeah. So yeah, I guess. So I guess it would be borderline unreasonable to think that you shouldn't be subject to a search if you're wanting something from that building.
Yeah. And if you're ordered to go to court, I mean, is it unreasonable to think that, okay, to go into the courtroom that you, I mean, it's not really a search. They're not like touching you or anything.
Well, yeah. So I mean, and I guess I would understand more of a search, like one of these courthouse that we did an audit on that I went with Frickin and MCC on, and they have the actual metal detectors like at the entrance of the courtroom, not at the front of the courthouse.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's much more reasonable to me.
Yeah, to me too.
Right. Yeah. So, like I said, to access a building and file paperwork, and then not to mention that I had been to that building 4 other times or 3 other times. It was 3 or 4 other times I'd been to that same exact building. And every time they were still playing by the COVID rules, which was nobody can have access to the building.
Yeah.
So I thought it was completely unreasonable the day the day before I was not able to access the building, but then the very next day now I'm able to access the building and now they need to search me. So I thought that was kind of unreasonable because I had no idea what the rules were anymore. So that's why I was caught off guard. And then I just said to the guy, okay, I'll waive my Fourth Amendment right and go through and I said I'm willing to waive my Fourth Amendment right and go through the metal detectors. I said it in a very calm voice. And then he just starts ordering me out of the building.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think it's reasonable. I just don't think it's right, and it doesn't make sense. Because, I mean, somebody that is determined will find a way. But then everybody else that follows the rules is just now a victim. Right? They have no way to defend themselves at all.
Well, but do you think, what were you saying was reasonable for him to order me out of the building?
No, the metal detectors.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't think it was reasonable whatsoever for him to order me out of the building. He should have been like, oh, okay, your Fourth Amendment right? Well, you got the choice. You can go through them or you don't have to.
Right.
That would have been a reasonable response from the Dirty Piggy.
Yeah.
But for the Dirty Piggy to point at the doors and raise his arm in the air like he was all high and mighty and like he was an actual authority figure and like he was talking to one of his children that just did something wrong, which the only thing that you could have made a case that I did something wrong was that I questioned the policies there or I questioned the procedures there.
Well, that's wrong on a number of levels. I mean, you've already questioned the supremacy of Joe Montana and shit, so we know that you're the type to question reality.
Well, yeah, and then we know that the reality is slightly distorted, so there's some level of suspicion there.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
What's up, Toe for Life? Appreciate you coming in. We're just shooting the shit, guys, by the way. So anybody that's coming into this stream and you don't know what to expect, the ticker on the bottom is scrolling, and let me show Toe for Life since he's peeking in here, kind of what the ticker on the bottom is about. I scheduled this to see if we could trap Juan Galt into coming up here, but Juan Galt's been game. He's been game for getting trapped a couple times, so I think he's still gonna do it again. But that's Top Shelf Anarchy right there. Thank you for that offer. Let me get these other two parts of the Liar Juan Galt finished, and then let's do it. So I offered to throw out a live stream, and that's what Top Shelf Anarchy said, and then this is what Juan Galt said. So Juan Galt asked me when we were doing it, and I told him I'd get it set up for tonight or tomorrow. And tonight is tonight. So it's either going to happen tonight or hopefully it's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah. Hopefully.
But it looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah. Absolutely. But, I mean, Val Venus needs a theme song.
What should we have as the theme song?
I mean, coming out of the WWE, like, I expect more. I really do.
Oh.
I'm just saying, like, for his channel.
Yeah.
I expect more. Like, where's the fireworks? Like, where's the theme music? Like,
oh, yeah. I mean, like, we can get some theme music going when we bring them up here.
Like, where's the storyline? Where's the script? Where's the, like...
Well,
where's the tagline, right? Like, what's going on?
Well, I've got a video queued up, but I'm not going to play it yet.
I mean, I haven't really watched his channel. He doesn't even have that many videos.
Yeah, not yet. You wrote him 3 emails, but he won't respond to for life. Well, this is the offer I threw out, and he said he was game. So I've never really chatted with him or anything like that. I've just communicated with him through the comments, and he seems like he's down. So, I mean,
yeah.
He said, yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
I offered to do the live stream, and he said, thank you for that. Let me get these other 2 parts of the Liar Juan Galt finished, and then let's do it. So let's do it means, he's game. Is what I'm getting, unless I'm misunderstood.
Yeah. I watched his video about Juan Galt.
Yeah, me too. But yeah, he probably needs more time. Yeah.
And I watched Juan Galt's video too.
So what was your take on the 2 videos?
I mean, Val Venus was basically just pointing out a lie by omission. Not really a lie.
Yeah. But, omission is... I mean, the reason why in a court of law you're asked to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is so that you don't omit anything.
Right, but this isn't a court of law. It's the court of public opinion.
Well, right, but, omitting stuff in the court of public opinion kind of looks bad, too.
Only if you get caught.
Well, right, only if you get caught, but you tried to get him on your show, Toe for Life. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the reason why he might have been or expressed some interest in coming on here, and you didn't get a response. But my guess would be because I've also had run-ins with Juan Galt, and I've also, kind of expressed my views on the whole Juan Galt and the court thing, and we both have court videos. Would be my guess is why, there would actually be the chance of making this happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be a good discussion. I mean, Val Venus, I saw him on Frauded or Troll, and Val Venus is willing to have a reasonable discussion.
Yeah, definitely. And then, I figured, Juan Galt could come up here and he could bring his spirit animal, Paul Carroll, with him.
Yeah.
And then we could have the tag team match of me and Val Venus versus Juan Galt and Paul Carroll. And then it's just, I'll put Paul Carroll in the figure 4 leg lock, and then we'll let Val Venus just tear up Juan Galt, and then we'll walk away with championship belts around our waist. And then Paul Carroll and Juan Galt will be sent licking their chops and licking their wounds.
I suspect it'll turn into Juan Galt screaming at Val Venus. Rage quitting.
Right. And then it will also involve Paul Carroll just avoid getting in the ring at all.
Yeah.
And Paul Carroll will be sitting on the sideline like a Bobby Heenan that's just sneaking a chair to the other guy. You know, he's afraid to get in the ring, right? But he'll more than happily throw the tool into the ring for the other guy to hit you over the head with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, staying out of the ring so that nobody can criticize his moves in the ring.
That sounds like Paul Carroll.
Yeah, that's what he does. He stays on the sideline, and then he gives the wishy-washy answers. And, of course, you know, he can't just come out and say what he wants to say. So, you know, then that pause kind of leads you in the court of public opinion to go, hey, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not talking to a double talking jive turkey. I'm talking to a guy who's thinking about how he doesn't need to come off sounding like a double talking jive turkey.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, like I already said,
It's a better position to be in if you think about it, because then you don't have to come back and be identified as the double talking jive turkey. You were just trying to figure out what was the right thing to say and what you should have been saying.
Yeah, he's a politician, or he should be. Paul Carroll.
Yeah, I definitely see the possible attempt to think about, you know, furthering a political career.
Except when that clip comes out, he would be complicit. Yeah.
Yeah, I still haven't clipped that thing, damn it.
But it's there. And it'll end any possible political career that he ever hopes to have, for sure.
It's not going anywhere. I should just hold on to that and put it in my tank, you know what I'm saying? Or put it in the bank.
Yeah.
And I'm just kidding, because, you know, like I said, I kind of like him. You know what I mean? Like, for as much as I can like somebody in that position, you know, like, which is still not.
I kind of like him, but what he's doing, his job, is disgraceful. Whereas,
Yeah, exactly.
like, I don't like Juan Galt at all, but at least he was never working for the government.
Oh yeah.
He always opposed the government.
Well, and I never really understood how he speaks out against the government all the time, or he speaks like he's speaking out against the government all the time, but then it doesn't really seem like that.
Well,
like,
he only wants to be in a winning argument against the government.
Well, yeah,
he doesn't want to take any risk of not winning the argument. I mean, he said that he was like in the sovereign citizen movement. I mean, I've never heard anybody really say they're a sovereign citizen now, but he claims he was one. And then one day somebody told him that it wasn't true, and he was like, oh, okay. And just completely changed his whole life because somebody told him it wasn't true. You there?
Can you hear me? I was talking that whole time. My mic was off.
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was just saying, well, of course, you know, if somebody tells you something that's not true, that'll just completely change your trajectory in life.
Yeah.
Like if they say going to college was supposed to make you smart, but it's going to make you dumb, you're going to go, oh, thank you for the truth. And then you're going to get out of the college and you're going to do something different with your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, that's all it takes is for somebody to tell you, that it's not true. And then you're like, oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Like all those people that attend church every Sunday, if you go in there and you just say, hey, it's not true what they're telling you, that's just going to get the person you tell that to leave the church instantly and go, hey, I don't know what I was thinking.
Well, if you went to Yale.
Right. But if you go to Stanford, you're a little more suspicious than that.
Probably.
Or Harvard. Harvard or Stanford, you're like, hey, wait a second. Let's just investigate a little further before we make a rash decision.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, those Yale boys.
Yeah. And what really used to trigger Paul Carroll, and like when I say trigger Paul Carroll, what I mean by saying trigger Paul Carroll is like the most triggered I've ever seen him get is like kind of get irritated in a message to me, but he's never gone off the rails and like gone completely like triggered, except for this is the thing that gets him the closest you can get him to triggered, which is
Yeah.
That's the closest to triggered that Paul Carroll will get. But
well, he's determined to humanize pigs for some reason.
Well, maybe it's because they have so many piggy tits.
Maybe.
And it's like I need to make it look like these have 2 nipples instead of 8. But then the person looking goes, no, but I can count and I see 8 of them. And then Paul Carroll will be like, well, wait a second. Hey, what's up, silent auditor? But then, Paul Carroll will say, but no, there's 2. But then, like, with your own eyes, you see it and you're like, but no, there's still 8. And then one day, Paul Carroll will lose those little blinder glasses that he has on. And then he'll go, oh, shit, there were 8 the whole time. And I was mistaken. And now I see those 8. And now I'll never be able to see it any other way.
But yet he sees 5 toes when there's only 2.
And he'll see a gang huddle that are giving hoofy high fives, right?
Hoofy high fives,
right? The hoofy high fives, and then he'll be like, "Oh, okay, now I see that they're giving hoofy high fives and not just regular high fives."
I doubt that he'll ever see it.
I think one of these days he will come around.
He's too weak of character.
Well, let's just hope, but at least he's on the respectable end.
I don't think so. He'll always go where he thinks it's safe.
Well, yeah, he'll always go to that ground. I have the hippie thing up. You want to take a look at what hippie? Oh, you can't hear the videos, can you?
No, I can't hear the videos.
All right. Well, then I'll just save that one in the tank then.
But I mean, I probably should get off the panel, and we should call it a night. But that way, if you want to play it, I'll get off, and then you can play it.
Yeah, no, I'll just save it. I'll just save it for another night. And yeah, I was thinking we should probably shut this thing down eventually too. But I'll just do a quick rundown in chat. Is there anything you want to say on your way out?
Fuck a troll in the butt.
How did I know that was coming? All right, take care. All right, everybody, that was people. We fired up a stream just to keep this little banner going here, right? The stage is set. The stage is set. And let me show you what I'm talking about real quick. There we go. So we're going to do what we have to do to get this cage match started, right? We're going to be going off the top buckle, right? Coming down hard. And hopefully it's me and Vale Venus against Paul Carroll and Juan Galt. Or hell, I'll just sit back and let Juan Galt and Vale Venus talk it out. And then I'll stay in the middle. Or maybe people will get in the middle if, Juan Galt wants to bring his spirit animal, Paul Carroll, with him. That would be outstanding. So we're trying to get that set up, right? But yeah, Silent Auditor, you're welcome. Yeah. Speaking of effing trolls in the B, right? Let's just play this while we get out of here. And then you guys can say goodbyes. You guys can say goodbyes. Here's how you effing troll in the B. And let's take this comment down so you guys can see how you effing troll in the B. All right, here you go. Oh, that was premature. That was premature. When we're talking about effing trolls in the A, that you get a little premature stuff once in a while. Here you go.
Oh my god. Well, you know, we've hit it. We've finally got there. It took us 17 minutes, but we got there. We've reached the peak. I think just take him in. Asshole.
Might be dildos in there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is there anything you want to tell us, Josh? Is there anything? Oh my god. Well, you know, we've hit it. I think just take him in. Asshole. It hurts. Oh my god. Well, you know, we've hit it. We've finally got there. It took us 17 minutes, but we got there.
Yeah, I don't want to be the star of this show. I'm here for I'm here for Broken.
Yeah, that was 17 minutes, and we got there. We got there all right. So I'll play you this outro. It'll be 2 minutes, and then we'll be out here. Dang it! You know what? I should have ended this stream at 4:20. We're at 4:21, so we got time for the outro now since I missed the 4:20 mark. Dang it! That would have been all too perfect, but leave it up to me to go a little bit longer than you're supposed to. 17 minutes, I heard. 17 minutes. Listen, that's damn good time, guys. That's like Goldilocks time, right? That's not too much. That's not too little. That's like perfect time. 17 minutes. But you got 2 minutes on this outro, and then we'll get out of here.
Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed.
Oh, he fucked him up, dude. He showed right up and filmed his ass in front of his house.
That's funny.
Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed.
Are trying to cause a rise or get attention.
So cultivate and plant the seed.
All right, guys. With any luck, we get to do this again tomorrow with Veil Venus and with Juan Galt. So I'll keep you guys updated. Take care.